Chapter 1164. There isn't a lot of void fog in the stars, but tens of millions of stars are a different concept. Even if 10 million ants are gathered together, it would still be a very large mass, but the void fog in the stars is not just a little bit. When gathered together, it would be enough to affect the normal operation of the laws. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at the starry sky. The realm of the gods has accumulated a certain amount of void fog, and it is all gathered in the Sourcepeak domain. The newly fallen void fog is also passing through the void and converging there. The amount of void fog that has accumulated there has caused an imperceptible change in various parts of the realm of the gods. At first, it was just a slight change in the laws, but when the laws of the realm of the gods are invaded and a hole is drilled through, the life forms that rely on the laws of the realm of the gods will feel uncomfortable. If it is more serious, it will be like the small divine land now. Is that thing so powerful? Then why didn't the small divine land collapse? The realm of darkness has existed for 1,000 years. If there was any change, it would have happened long ago, Chu Yingzhan said. The laws of the ancient era are much stronger than the laws of heaven and earth of the realm of the gods today. Moreover, the part that was cut off still contains part of the core of the laws of the realm of the gods, and its self-healing ability is not something that the laws of the realm of the gods today can compare to. Moreover, the void fog in the realm of darkness is not as large as it is now, so naturally, it will not affect the small divine land. Hall Master Shui understood. That is to say, the void fog that has gathered now is enough to crush the sea of laws of the realm of the gods, so it will take root in the laws, constantly eating away and growing. Yun Nuoshing nodded in affirmation. The defeated stars, the power of the void fog will be destroyed by the stars, but the stars that collide with the barrier or the earth will have physical contact. The void fog will be able to transport itself to the place it comes into contact with at that moment of contact. Chu Yingzhan muttered and looked up at the image. Can that golden guy get rid of the void fog? Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment upon hearing this. It shouldn't be a problem. He's at the peak of the divine level and close to becoming a heavenly god. No matter how much void fog there is, it shouldn't be a problem. Just as the few of them were talking, in the dazzling light at the horizon, an intense black light suddenly dyed the sky black. In that instant, it felt as if the day had passed and the night had returned. However, everyone felt that this was not a normal situation. There was an extremely disgusting aura spreading out. The rich aura of the stars told them that something was coming from beyond the sky. Yun Nuoshing faintly shifted her gaze. Something has appeared. What is it? Chu Yingzhan replied subconsciously. Then, she glared at him helplessly. Can't you say it all at once? It's very tiring to listen like this. Yun Nuoshing lazily leaned back and let out a long sigh. When the stars are falling, what else can descend? Of course, it's the sun. He paused for a moment, then said faintly, It's a very heavily infected big guy. That thing might require the full strength of a heavenly god to defeat. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The last sentence seemed to be very serious. They were already very surprised that a heavenly god would appear when the laws were withering. However, the heavenly gods themselves were suppressed, so it was unlikely that they would use their full strength. Far away at the edge of the Sourcepeak region, Jean Cancan, who was surrounded by the Dark Army, suddenly stopped what he was doing. He raised his head, as if he had sensed something. At the same time, he slapped away a dark giant beast that was charging at him. His eyes flickered slightly. This is a big problem. Are we going to fight this thing or not? Roar, roar, roar. The dark army that covered the mountains and plains let out a roar that shook the clouds. It sounded like a victory cry. They actually stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. What are you roaring for? I haven't even said anything yet. Jean Cancan rolled his eyes fiercely and sighed. I'm really making things difficult for people. I'm a metal elemental. I can still accept being a meat shield. You want me to hold up an entire army by myself? I'm going to kill every single one of them until my hands go numb. Looking at the dark army that was obviously a little too excited, Jean Cancan let out a bitter laugh. Forget it, that big guy was not under his control. It was better to let them deal with it. If they couldn't deal with it, he would be the one to increase the pressure anyway. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and those images floated to the side. A new image appeared in front of them, reflecting a star region. In the empty star region, distorted starlight flashed past in the distance. There were very few stars. At the center of the image was a whirlpool that was emitting a strange black light. The star region was originally pitch black, but they could distinguish this thing that was even darker. The whirlpool that they saw only took up a small part of the image, but it was actually very large. It was so large that it could disturb the surrounding starlight and distort the starry sky. The dark and gloomy sky was emitting an ominous light. There's something with a huge mass and abnormal energy that's disturbing the starlight. Hall Master Shui looked at the distorted starry sky and couldn't help but frown. Only when the energy is compressed to a certain extent will it reveal such a thick energy before the target appears. Something is about to appear. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and said, "Tell the 7 guys to prepare. 8 people. 8 heavenly gods should be able to kill it with one all-out attack." Hall Master Shui nodded and hurriedly searched for the soul seeds in their souls. A large-scale chaotic starlight is about to descend. The target will appear directly within 1 light year of the realm of the gods. The creation's barrier will be closed for 0.3 seconds. In this 0.3 seconds, 3 stars will be missed. A collision is almost inevitable. The new target will move slowly and have enough time to prepare. Please be prepared to resist the impact and intercept. The voice of the barrier's consciousness sounded directly in the minds of Yi Hong and the others, causing them to tremble. Although they didn't really understand what it was saying, they felt that something was wrong. The creation's barrier will be closed. The energy absorption will decrease at the same time. Please be prepared. The target will appear. 5, 4, 3. At this moment, everyone guarding the creation's barrier was shocked. Everyone raised their heads and had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts that something was about to descend. They felt that there was some kind of light that could penetrate the laws of nature. 2, 1. The target has appeared. The creation's barrier will be closed and then reopened. The creation's barrier was closed and reopened almost at the same time. The entire creation's barrier shook violently. The light suddenly flickered and disappeared in an instant. Then, 0.3 seconds later, it suddenly covered the entire realm of the gods. It flickered for a moment, as if the blue sky had disappeared and reappeared in an instant. Nothing had happened. Boom! In an instant, a fiery explosion shot up into the sky. The energy that was more than 1 level stronger than the bombardment of countless stars suddenly erupted. 3 huge dents appeared in the creation's barrier. It was as if the sky had collapsed. This made Yi Hong and the others, as well as the people guarding the creation's barrier, feel their hearts skip a beat. The impact of the explosion lasted for a moment, causing them to be stunned for a moment. However, they quickly recovered and hurriedly injected all their energy into the creation's barrier. Team 13, continue to intercept the stars. Teams 14 to 20, inject energy into the creation's barrier. Hurry! If we can't withstand this wave of destructive energy, we won't be able to withstand the next wave. Damn it! There's no one here. Don't worry about those stars. Let's hold them off first. This energy is comparable to the energy of a divine-level god. If there's a gap, the entire creation's barrier will collapse. A huge spatial crack was left in the distorted space of the star region. A huge object with distorted energy broke out of its cocoon. Just its existence alone was enough to make the void ripple and even fade. It fell into the realm of the gods at the same time and then stopped in the sky. Behind it was the creation's barrier that had just closed. Its huge size and huge energy reaction attracted the attention of countless people. Even those who stood in the corner of the Ganyuan region could see a black star appear in the sky, causing the sky to darken as if night had returned. The ferocious black energy orb crashed into the eyes of Yihong and the others. Churning black energy and rioting void shrouds, it was a sun completely tainted by the void shrouds. It was a derivative of the void shrouds, containing dozens of times more void shrouds than half of the stars before it combined. Whether it fell or not, whether it was destroyed or not, it would pour endless void shrouds over the divine realm. It was just a matter of how much there was. "Screw you!" Yihong cursed and pointed his middle finger at the sky. Then, he took a deep breath. "Whatever. Leave some energy to maintain the creation's barrier, and use the rest all at once." Yuan Feiyang did not say a word. His mind and hand seals changed at the same time. A vertical eye slowly opened between his brows, and a monstrous energy gushed out of his body. An energy so great that it could distort and shatter the void condensed within millions of miles around him. The world became distorted as the divine energy flowed through every part of his body, restoring his youthful appearance. His head of messy black hair danced wildly in the wind. He put his hands together to form a circle and looked up at the place where the light was dim. The energy flames that filled the sky and the black starlight penetrated all light and fell upon the entire world. But he did not need to see it. He could feel the existence of the sun that was condensed from the void fog. It was an irritating feeling that existed there. For the realm of the gods. Destroy it. At the same time that Yihong's hot-blooded shout rang out, an extremely powerful energy suddenly erupted from every corner of the Sourcepeak region. A monstrous energy storm swept across the sky of the entire realm of the gods, causing many to turn their gazes. The sleepers also opened their eyes that had been closed for a long time. They could feel the vast energy and were speechless for a long time. 8 huge torrents of energy erupted at the same time. Their extreme speed allowed them to ignore the difference in distance, instantly condensing into an unimaginably powerful torrent of energy that pierced through the distant space, piercing through the void, sweeping across the entire sky. The dazzling torrent of energy was even more dazzling than the eruption of energy flames from millions of stars. The unprecedentedly powerful torrent of energy tore apart every giant star in its path. This was truly violent energy, and it was even purer and more violent than the destructive energy that the many god emperors had gathered. The void screeched crazily, and the black color faded into a faint purplish black. An indescribable energy swept across the sky like a distorted source, causing the stars to deviate from their falling trajectories. They collided with each other, and even when they were thousands of kilometers away, they disintegrated on their own. Then, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the torrent of energy charged into the black sun. The energy torrent has destroyed a group of stars. The target, Yihong and the others widened their eyes. They were unable to observe the effects of this attack, but the irritation in their hearts reminded them that the realm of the gods might not have been destroyed as they had imagined. The rumbling of the void's destruction descended from the sky. The energy torrent of energy had exhausted all of its energy, and a strand of black starlight once again illuminated the entire realm of the gods. Countless people's faces turned deathly pale. Yihong and the others also fiercely punched the void. Motherf *Ker. The void stability is decreasing. The target has suffered light damage, and the speed of its descent is increasing. There are only 5 minutes left before it hits the combined barrier. This terrible news from the barrier's consciousness caused everyone to spit in disgust. What the hell was this? Elder, gather everyone's power and attack again. I'll think of a way to delay it for a minute. Yihong cursed fiercely. His hand seals changed, and his already somewhat empty body squeezed out even more energy. The capacity of a heavenly god's body was unimaginably large, but they were suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Even as they resisted, they still sealed a part of their origin. If they used that part of their origin, the power that they could unleash would be even weaker than it was now. Just as he was about to unleash his blood and soul to charge forward and risk his life, a voice that seemed to have come from an icy cavern rang out. This voice caused his heart to skip a beat. "Step back. You guys can rest." The cold voice caused him to shiver, and the energy that he had violently gathered in his body shrank back. Yihong swallowed, scratched his head in embarrassment, and took a few steps back. Although there was nothing in front of him, and there was no one behind him, he still felt as if the heavenly god of primal chaos was standing beside them at this very moment. He was standing in front of them and watching this grand battle. It took him 2 seconds to figure out the source of this feeling. He was an observer, so naturally, he could see the entire picture of this battle. At the beginning of the world, the end of primal chaos. Yun Nuoshing stood at the top of the fire god temple, and the elements of primal chaos surged around his body like clouds. 6 pitch-black wings surrounded the elements of primal chaos, and 5 dim black halos appeared behind his back. His red and black eyes had completely turned black, and only a dim circle of color was left in his pupils. "Little star, is it really okay for you to forcefully attack?" Temple Master Shui pressed down on her robe and hair that were blown up by the elements of primal chaos that swept past her. Yun Nuoshing was accumulating energy, and she knew that he was accumulating spiritual power. "I don't know. The future is not fixed. I don't know if this attack will affect anything, and I don't know if there will be any changes if I continue to accumulate energy." Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed. "This black thing did not appear in our expectations. This should be caused by me. At least, I should clean up this mess. The future, let's talk about it in the future. If we don't solve this, how can we talk about the future?" Yun Nuoshing showed a helpless smile. He was still cold, but everyone felt that he was still the little star of the past. It was just that for some things, for some goals that he had to achieve, he had to become like this. If not, he would not be able to hold on, and he would not be able to achieve it. Xian looked at him quietly. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he whispered in his heart, "How much have you sacrificed?" Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. He stretched out his right hand and squeezed the air, as if he wanted to crush the thing in his palm. The 5 halos behind him quickly spun a few times and suddenly disappeared. A few magic circles rose from the bottom of his feet into the sky, turning into circles of black halos that swept across the sky. Chaos, withering. The colossal black sun was still pressing down on the ground. Yihong watched as that thing approached the combined barrier, and sweat seeped out. This was the first time he had directly faced the void fog. It was even more bizarre and evil than what the heavenly god of primal chaos had told him. It seemed to have the power to distort the world, as if it had appeared in this world to destroy the laws of this world. The violent and strange light of energy landed on the ground and on his body, causing his thoughts to become a little chaotic. He had no choice but to release his spiritual power to resist the black sunlight. The black halos swept across the sky, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch. He reflexively turned his gaze, but he saw nothing. He was stunned for a moment, but he knew that he should focus on what was in front of him. He hurriedly turned his gaze back, and the energy flames that had not yet dissipated in front of him seemed to have disappeared. Yihong was stunned for a moment. The sky had suddenly become very clean. It should have been filled with countless energy storms, countless energy bursts, flames, and shock waves, but now it was so clean that only the black sun and its polluting sunlight were left. The combined barrier had returned to its original state at some point in time. He was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and thought that this was an illusion caused by the black light shining on him. He hurriedly steadied his mind and took a deep breath. Then, he discovered that the distortion of space had weakened a little. The black sun was like a rubber ball that was being squeezed from two sides toward the middle by two large hands. The entire sun was trembling, and it was even spewing out black flames. The leaking void fog desperately tried to escape, but it was restrained in that space by the two large hands. It trembled and fluctuated with the sun, and then slowly shrank. It gradually shrank from such a huge sun to a few hundred times smaller, and its shape became like a leaking balloon. One side was bulging high, and the entire sphere was rapidly shriveling. The energy seemed to have been sucked out and the void fog disappeared. The entire process lasted for a few minutes, and the black sun shrank at a visible rate before finally disappearing. Ihong's eyes widened. This time there was nothing left in the sky. There was no black light, no energy flames, and night fell once again. The sky was clear and clean, and he could see the gorgeous starry sky, and the hostility hidden in the starry sky. There was also a white belt of light across the sky, and specks of light appeared directly in front of him. Is that a world fragment? Ihong looked at the white belt of light and breathed a long sigh. He felt a little pressured just by looking at it from such a distance. He could not see that thing in the night before, but now the sky was too clean. There was probably not much atmosphere left, and that was why he could see what was hidden in the distant star system. There were also those dense specks of starlight. Those must be the stars, and they were so bright. And they were getting brighter. The stars will descend in 2 minutes. The first wave of stars is about to welcome the last wave. Take the time to rest. That indifferent and hollow voice rang in his mind, causing Ihong to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. He knew that he had forgotten something. Wasn't that rapidly enlarging white the thing that had bombarded their combined barrier for nearly an hour? Damn it, would you die if you came a little later? That soul-stirring thing just went by, damn it! Ihong cursed angrily, but before he could finish, his heart trembled violently. In his senses, something with an extremely high energy reaction appeared at the edge of the realm of the gods again. The night suddenly disappeared, and the night that lasted for a short 1 or 2 minutes faded away. The sky suddenly fell, and it was so unpredictable that countless people in the realm of the gods could only smile bitterly. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. They thought that it would be over when they saw the sky turn dark, but who would have thought, boom! A violent explosion came from the horizon once again. The energy flames that spread across the entire sky dyed the sky whiter than snow. It was so bright that it almost blinded anyone who looked directly at it. This night was quite far away. Chapter 1165. No void fog remains at the location where the target disappeared. The balance of the celestial realm has returned to normal for now. Future recalculation and redirection. There is nothing to change for now. The voice of the barrier's consciousness was heard. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This storm had passed, and they could relax for a while. No, they did not even have the time to relax. Looking at the sky that had been blown apart, where would they find the time to relax? The stars were still hanging high above their heads, and the death-omened star was shining brightly. Yun Nuoshing sat back on the stone platform and leaned back lazily. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She had taken the risk to destroy the giant star that had been completely contaminated by the void fog, and it had consumed a lot of her energy. At the same time, her heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. If a mere mid-level spawn was so difficult to deal with, how would they deal with the army of darkness that had filled the entire world fragment? Looks like it's still the same. She sighed quietly, and a thought in her mind became even more firm. A few girls sat on the edge of the temple's roof, and stretched out their little hands to count the exploding stars. It was now the end of the 1 hour since the stars had descended. The great storm had not destroyed the Taiyuan region's united barrier, and the exploding stars in the distance were still beautiful and breathtaking. The barrier that spanned across the entire region was no longer as strenuous as it was in the beginning, and there was no longer the danger of being hit by 3 stars at full force not long ago. The scene that could be seen by the entire celestial realm had caused a morbid excitement in the other regions. Now it had finally calmed down. Faint voices could be heard in the city that had been cut off. Those who knew were discussing the united barrier, while those who did not know were worriedly talking about the flames above their heads. Things did not seem to be as bad as they seemed. Yun-Nua planet and the barrier's consciousness had once said that this first round would wipe out 3% of the lives in the Sourcepeak region. However, in reality, less than 1% of the lives had perished in the meteor shower. Those who had died were those who had been close to the combined barrier. Those who had been watching the show, and those who had been holed up in the Great City Barrier Formation, had all been vaporized by the light that penetrated the laws of the void. Other than that, there were no other losses. This was the result of Yun-Nua planet's intervention. If the demon realm had appeared at that time and caused chaos at the rear, the whole thing would not have been so simple. After an entire hour of bombardment and the giant star that descended with millions of void fog, the starry sky within a certain range of the celestial realm had gradually calmed down. From time to time, there would be some stars that would pass through the creation's barrier and fall. This made the people who were guarding the united barrier breathe a sigh of relief. They knew that the battle was about to end, but they still did not dare to let down their guard. They had made it through the peak in front of them, and it would be a shame if they missed something now. They would have to apologize to the entire Guardian force. The creation's barrier, which was overcharged with energy, began to slowly release its energy into the void. The people guarding the combined barrier also had some time to rest and slowly recover their energy. Every node had rich energy. Although most of it was drained during the battle, it was still enough for them to recover their strength. The barrier also recovered from its soft noodle state. A few minutes ago, the descending stars could no longer touch it. They were all destroyed in midair. Those who were resting could also enjoy the fireworks in the sky. The ebb and flow of the tides, they finally made it to the end of this round. Although I know that there will be a second round in an hour, and the second round is much more exciting than the first. Yihong stretched his body. Let's take the time to rest. It should not be a problem for us to recover to our normal state in an hour. I wonder if the creation's barrier can release all the absorbed energy in an hour. No, it can't. The creation's barrier is releasing energy fast enough, but it has absorbed too much energy. Some of it still has void mist and needs to be dealt with carefully. It can't be faster. Before the second round of star shower, it can only release half of its capacity. The empty and indifferent voice of the barrier's consciousness rang in his mind. Yihong shook his head helplessly. As expected, there was no way to think too highly of things. They still needed to work hard. How is the heavenly God? He destroyed an entire star of void mist. You should tell him not to force himself. I'm a little tired. It's nothing serious. Yihong clicked his tongue when he heard that. As expected of the heavenly god of chaos, a being known as a taboo in that era. It was only a little tiring for him to get rid of that big guy. 8 heavenly gods could not even destroy that big guy with one strike. Even if they were in their prime, they would not dare to say that they could easily get rid of that big guy. After all, that was an amalgamation of void mist. It was not that easy to deal with. The sparse rumbling of destruction lasted for 5 minutes before it completely stopped. Countless people stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. They watched as the sky slowly darkened and night returned to this part of the sky. They all breathed a sigh of relief. They could rest for a while. This time they could really rest for a while, although it was only for a short hour. All nodes report the battle losses. Those who can still move, check outside the barrier. Kaming City has been completely destroyed. Those who refused to run were vaporized the moment the sun shone on the city. Only we and the great defensive formation are left here. Not even a brick can be found within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This is the edge of the Zenith region. This Zenith region has been completely destroyed. The places near the edge of the Divine Prefecture and the Ganyuan region are peaceful. No stars have fallen in this area. The rear is safe and sound. You can rest assured, big shots. Hearing the reports from all sides, the people of the Guardian forces all breathed a sigh of relief. It was scary but not dangerous. They had finally made it through. Hall Master Shui said, "We can't relax yet. Seize the time to rest and restore the joint barrier. Increase the speed of the transfer. The joint barrier can also shrink the defensive line according to the retreat range. It's still too big to protect half of the Zenith region. There are many loopholes in the defense." About this, Hall Master, there is a small problem. An Emperor God powerhouse who was assisting in the transfer smiled bitterly. What? Hall Master Shui frowned. She had an inexplicable bad feeling. Right now, most of the people we are transferring are evacuating from the western part of the Zenith region. Right now, we are in Heaven Slayer City, which is slightly east of the central part of the Zenith region. As soon as we left the range of Xingming City, those people who escaped stopped. And they stopped, same here. By the way, Xingming City hasn't moved since the beginning. The godly spirit powerhouse guarding the city swore to everyone that their barrier was so strong that it was impenetrable. Anyway, none of them escape. This is just a low-level energy node. We haven't entered it since the beginning. If we evacuate according to the plan, Xingming City will become the front of the entire barrier. What? They are willing to die, but you don't want to leave? No, I'm worried that they will break through the barrier and cause more than half of the people in the Zenith region to die with them. This is a place where birds don't lay eggs. I don't know where it is. I brought the group of people who escaped here to set up camp. They think that the disaster is over, so they want to rebuild the city. Shrines, what should we do here? Bah, my group is even stronger. They want to go back outside the barrier to rebuild the city. Hell, there is only scorched earth and huge energy waves that haven't dissipated yet. Just one wave is enough to kill everyone a few 100 million times. That's why I said that these hundreds of millions of people are difficult to deal with. Most of them are just making a ruckus. The name of the Guardian Force is not useful. We can't beat them or drive them away. I quit, okay? They don't want to live, so I want to save some people who are more dangerous. Hall Master Shui felt a bit of a headache. Why did they stop running halfway? Did they feel safe? Someone who could come up with the idea of setting up camp here must be a genius. Their spirits are too strong. They haven't reached the point where they are really nervous yet. The excess spirit and the lack of tension created the current situation. A cold voice came from behind. Hall Master Shui turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Little star, do you think, give up? Leave if you want. The chance to survive is for those who have a sense of crisis. If they feel safe, then let them be. If they don't want to live, then leave the chance to live to others." Yun Nuoxing replied lazily, "I once saved a group of people. The high tension and chaos for a long time had eroded their fighting spirit. They had no spirit and were numb. They could only obey orders. I think those people were easier to save. They submitted to power and listened to orders. At least after they settled down, they could come back to life with some time. Unlike these people, we've already said everything. The Reign of Stars is not the first round, and more places have been abandoned. 2 large regions will eventually be destroyed. It's just a piece of land. You want to talk about feelings with me? This kind of thing is only meaningful when you're giving up your life. If they want to talk, then let them talk. Then just give up." Yun Nuoxing said coldly and sighed. "Anyway, I don't have feelings." Hall Master Shui hesitated. In fact, she would try her best to save as many people as she could. However, there were billions of people. If they didn't want to leave, there was nothing she could do. After hesitating for a while, she sighed and said those words. After all, he was right. Some people didn't want to live, but there were still people who wanted to live. This time, there was no such thing as being kept in the dark. Everyone, from the celestial gods to the mortals without any power, knew about this news. Some listened to the Guardian faction and retreated to the 3 large regions. Some people didn't want to leave after some time. They were the ones who made the choice. They had said all the good words. The Guardian faction didn't have many people to waste. Instead of spending a lot of energy persuading those who didn't want to leave, it was better to save those who wanted to leave but couldn't. Understood. Carry out the retreat plan. Yihong nodded and waved at the people who were far away. Guys, let's go. Retract the combined barrier and preserve the node. It's time for us to move. We can at least shrink the defensive circle a little. It's better to shrink it a little. It won't be so stressful if we concentrate our forces. Yuan Feiyong and the others nodded and waved their hands. The protective barrier began to change shape. 6 or 7 parts of the barrier changed shape to different degrees. A few seconds later, it shrank toward the eastern region of the Sourcepeak domain. As the size and distance between them shrank, the transparent barrier flowed with an even stronger light and became even more solid. Brother Yun, will we never see the Origin Glacier again? Yu suddenly said from the top of the temple. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. Why do you say that? Yu pointed at the Divine Realm model in front of them. Because the Sourcepeak domain and the Ultimate Plane domain are about to be abandoned. The falling stars would smash the North and South Ice realms. Yun Nuoxing raised his brow in response, showing a rather odd smile and shaking his head. The North and South Ice realms won't be destroyed. Even if the stars fall there, they won't be shaved off by a single centimeter. The Sourcepeak domain and the Ultimate Plane domain won't be destroyed either, or at least they won't be blown up by the stars. On the day of the Great Collision, the 2 domains and the layer of the bottom of the world would be smashed apart, but not now. The void shroud in the stars isn't strong enough to destroy the 2 domains. At most, the surface would be scraped away and washed over hundreds or thousands of times. Then I can go see the Origin Glacier in the future. Yu smiled happily. Can Brother Yun take me to see the Origin Glacier after we settle down? I want to see the sky-falling waterfall. Yun Nuoxing looked at the rather strange girl, unsure of what she was thinking. But that promise shouldn't be a problem, and so he nodded. All right. Yu giggled as she held Little Moon's arm and rested her chin on the latter's shoulder. Suddenly, she showed a rather sad expression and muttered, Brother Yun, do I have to go back? Yun Nuoxing was startled. He finally understood why the little girl showed such a sad expression. She knew that they had come out of the demon world, and was worried that he would be taken back by the ancient demon gods. He subconsciously reached out to pat the little girl's head, but his body stiffened as soon as he raised his hand. He calmly stopped and softly said, It's up to you to decide where you want to go. If you want to go back to the demon world, I will take you back. If you want to stay here, stay in the 9 Shrine, stay by our side, then be bold and stay. Hearing that, Yu smiled brightly and shook Little Moon's arm. Then I'll stay. As they spoke, a Deity Hall elder emerged from the void and cupped his hands at Deity Hall Master Shui and Yun Nuoxing. Deity Hall Master, Grand Hall Master, outside the Deity Hall. Miss Chufan requests an audience. Requests an audience? That little torch dragon? Hallmaster Shui turned her head. That child. Didn't I tell her to be more casual? She's asking for an audience. Forget it, tell her to come in quickly. No, she's weak, hurry up and bring her in. The Water Spirit Temple Elder nodded, his figure flickering and disappearing. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the torch dragons yet. Chu Yingzhan looked at the floating islands in the distance and said casually, I thought this space had become the Guardian faction's base. Actually, we did plan to, but the arrival of the meteor shower disrupted our plans, so we had to postpone it for a while. Hallmaster Shui smiled. The torch dragons are still in the demon world, but there is a portal here that can go there directly. If there's nothing else, let them move in. Everyone paused and turned around to see Yun Nuashing lazily lying on the stone platform. She looked listless and yawned one after another. Dummy, what did you see this time? Nothing. Yun Nuashing yawned and shook her head. The second change in the future. Originally, the demon world would only lose part of it in the second round of the meteor shower, but now, it seems to be half destroyed. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This sentence could be called the voice of judgment. As the highest observer in the celestial realm, this sentence eliminated countless variables and pointed directly to the truth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it had already happened. Another change has occurred in the future. Hui Ming murmured before he furrowed his silvery white brows. But why? Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky and sighed. The struggle of the ants has displeased the tyrant. Game time is over. The tyrant is going to get serious and crush those who dare to resist him. Our enemy is going to get serious. Fortunately, time has not sped up. It seems that the tyrant still has some patience. As soon as he said that, a tired voice came from the side. But I don't feel lucky at all. Everyone turned around in a daze and saw an image appear in the air. Jean Cancan was lying on a golden ground and panting. His eyes were rolled back, and he looked completely ungentlemanly. Why didn't you tell me that these void mist creatures can evolve? They even went berserk. All of the void mist in the celestial realm were squeezed together, and they actually created a giant that's almost at the level of a heavenly god? Are you kidding me? Yun Nuashing calmly turned her head and glanced inside. She calmly spat out a few words. How the hell would I know? Don't talk like I know all the characteristics of the void mist. I only knew about it a few days before you guys. Jean Cancan's expression was full of disdain. All right. Reliable sovereign. Ahem, I've cleaned it up, but the next wave will come. Do I have to keep cleaning it up? Depends. Jean Cancan glared at him bitterly and stood up. I've been wandering the world for so many years. Now that you're back, I'm back to work. Capable people do more work. Do your best. Yun Nuashing calmly said. She suddenly sat up and said thoughtfully, I didn't think that there would be a day when I would say that to someone else. Jean Cancan rolled his eyes and waved his hand to make the projection disappear. He helplessly said, That's all. I'm going to do something. After the projection disappeared, Hall Master Shui waved her hand and left. I'm going to talk to the Fire Dragon clan. You guys go ahead. When Chu Fan saw this scene, she was slightly stunned. She said in a small voice, Did I disturb you guys? Nightmare grinned and waved his hand. No. We're talking about something. Do you need something from the boss? Chu Fan nodded hesitantly and slowly walked to the side of the crowd. She was still wearing that red and white dress, with 2 pieces of red cloth trailing from her shoulders to the ground, giving off a grand feeling. Her snow-white hair was so bright that it was somewhat dazzling, and there was a trace of tranquility on her charming face. Her pair of beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and even now, Mo Yen was still very curious as to how this girl walked with her eyes closed. Yun Nuashing looked at her pale face and said softly, Your body's condition seems to be much better, and your flame of life is no longer like a small flame in the wind, it won't be extinguished at any time. Chu Fan nodded. Yes. Thank you for the spirit item you gave me last time. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. All right. Tell me. Why are you looking for me? Well, be natural. What is it? Chu Fan pursed her red lips. A touch of doubt flashed across her pale face. What is it? Everyone widened their eyes. Chu Fan shook her head helplessly. I don't know. A few days ago, I accidentally opened my eyes and saw the northern wilderness. I also saw the red sky. It seemed to be the demon world that you guys talked about. There were many people, platforms, altars, and many people. Finally, I saw. Yun. I saw you. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She pointed at herself. Me? Yes. I don't know what will happen, or if anything will happen. A golden light flashed under Chu Fun's left eyelid. She shook her head helplessly. I think you should know. So I came to tell you. That's interesting. But I haven't seen anything yet. Yun Nuoshing smiled mysteriously and yawned. She said while lying on the stone platform. But maybe it's because I'm tired. Yawn. Forget it. I'll take a rest first. Well, don't wake me up when the rain of stars comes again. I want to rest. Chu Fun nodded and softly stepped back. Then, I won't disturb you guys. After Chu Fun had completely left, Nightmare went up to Yun Nuoshing. Boss, what do you think happened? What happened in the demon world? Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes and frowned. God knows. Chu Yingzhan staggered. I thought you knew. You were just waiting for the torch dragon to leave. Well, I really don't know. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. But now is the time to find out. He smiled and turned to Ming. I'll sleep for a while. You guys keep an eye on me. Wake me up if anything happens. Chapter 1166. This was a somewhat dark and gloomy space. Black fog wantonly filled every corner of the space. An inexplicable power mixed with a gloomy aura drilled in and out of this space, stirring up the void. As far as the eye could see, the sky was also dark. There were faint light spots that tried to pierce through the darkness from the outside, but to no avail. The sky was abnormally dark. There was something covering the sky that caused the current situation. Under this dark sky, several mountains spiraled from afar to the center. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a mountain vortex, and in the center of the mountain range there was a huge floating palace. At this moment, at the top of the palace, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on a square altar. In front of him were 7 strangely shaped, distorted objects. A thick aura of time wrapped around them. After the impact of time and various unknown things, they no longer looked like their original appearance, but they resonated with each other and emitted energy as if they used to be one. The square altar was surrounded by a flight of stairs. 12 of them made up one level, and between the 2 levels was a platform about 1 meter wide. The platform was circular and expanded downward. There were a total of 12 levels, forming a tall circular altar. On each level of the platform, there were numerous figures kneeling. They were all wearing black robes, and their wide hoods covered half of their faces. Only their evil, dark purple eyes shone in the darkness. The figure at the top of the altar released a strange energy, trying to communicate with the 7 charcoal pieces in front of him. The latter kept spinning under the stimulation of his energy. The energy that they were brimming with was also very strange. Half of them were shining with a sacred golden light, and the other half was surging with endless darkness. They were all wrapped in a layer of transparent airflow. Woo-woo, strange low moans came from the 7 unknown fragments. It sounded like the cries of vengeful spirits, like the mournful howls of ghosts. The cries were very soft, almost unable to pass through the layer of transparent airflow, but it made the world become darker and darker. The monstrous resentment formed a huge resentment vortex. The gloomy clouds in the sky also had strange phenomena, reflecting a distorted ghost face. Waves of chilly wind circled everyone's ears, as if there were millions of resentful spirits roaring. The people kneeling on the altar all paled. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were weak cracks spreading on the ground below their knees, and blood was flowing out of their mouths. The thousands of black-robed people kneeling here were all suppressed by the monstrous resentment. At the top of the altar, the person sitting in the shadow suddenly reached out a hand and slapped the 7 black fragments. An overwhelming energy burst out, as if it was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, slapping the black fragments. Bang! A huge shockwave blasted out, blowing up the altar. Half of the black-robed people were blown away by the huge shockwave, and blood was spurting out of their mouths. When they were about to hit the ground, they were caught by a force and placed on the ground steadily. However, they had already fainted under the shockwave, and were even seriously injured. A person walked out of the ancient palace. Before he could walk up the stairs to the open-air square, he was stopped by the 2 guards at the gate. "Young master, it's dangerous in front." "I know. I won't go over. I'll just stay here and watch." He nodded casually and waved his hand. Those black-robed people who had fainted were carried into the palace by his power. "Send them for treatment. The ritual cannot be interrupted. Send people up quickly." "Young master, this is all we have." The guard smiled bitterly. He frowned and sighed in his heart. "It's already entered the cycle stage. Let's hope we can get through safely. We've been preparing for this for so many years. If we fail, it will be a heavy blow to us." "It's still not enough. The preparation is still not enough. There's actually an accident." The black shadow who was wrapped in the transparent light retracted his trembling hand. He had used all his strength to hit that thing, but he could not even shake it a little. Just when he was about to make a new move, the 7 pieces of black charcoal suddenly trembled. The transparent airflow disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. The black shadow was stunned. He looked at the 7 pieces that were resonating with each other. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. A ring of resentment burst out from the 7 pieces and swept across the space in a ring shape. The dark sky and earth were already distorted. At this moment, the cold wind was howling as if thousands of ghosts were coming out. The monstrous resentment changed the shape of the sky and earth. Roar! The distorted face in the sky became more and more vivid. The resentment had almost condensed into a black aura, causing the space to be distorted horribly. A roar that resounded across the sky came out from the mouth of the face. A solid shockwave shattered the sky and rumbled out of the sealed space, causing the sky and earth to change color. "Oh no! Quickly seal the space. Let's use both of those formations. It will be bad if the people outside find out." The young man's face was full of anxiety. "Check the officiator's condition and the 7 pieces." He waved his hand and pointed at the 7 pieces of charcoal. However, he was stunned. The 7 pieces of the unknown object were still spinning, but at some point, they had condensed into an even larger piece of charcoal. The 7 pieces had merged into one. The sacred golden halo was so dim that it was almost invisible. Only endless darkness was left, as if it could devour everything. "Oh, it actually worked? I thought it actually worked?" The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. He revealed a somewhat twisted and sickly smile. He could not help but laugh out loud. "Ha! This world really belongs to our race. The realm of the gods really should be controlled by our race. Ha!" The remaining guards standing beside him made a strange hand gesture. "The heavens have blessed our race. The countless years of preparation have finally succeeded. They had sacrificed so much. They had sacrificed almost an entire race in exchange for this. The price was too high, but it was worth it. It was worth it." The young man withdrew his sickly smile and coughed twice. He looked at the half-destroyed space and the altar. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "Inform everyone that we are going to evacuate. Follow the original plan." "Yes. Young master, what about this space? There's no time to deal with it. The ripples have already spread. In 2 seconds, the powerful beings in the realm of the gods will know. I'm just worried. Hurry. We have to complete the evacuation in 1 minute. Formation Master, take everyone with you. There's no time to destroy this space. Let's go." "Young master, do you want me to stay behind?" The person shrouded in darkness quietly came to the young man's side. The black fog around him had thinned a lot, and his figure was almost exposed. Even if he had dodged at the last moment, he had still almost been caught in the crossfire. The young man shook his head and waved his hand decisively. "Take the shard and leave first. Even if we are found, you must protect the shard well. Go to the final destination. Complete the last step. That is the last hope of our race. But, it's not a big deal. It's just a young master. If I die, there will be many more. Young masters are the most worthless things in the world. The young man smiled bitterly and said calmly, Go quickly. It's fine if all of us are caught, but you must take the shard and run away. Besides, we may not necessarily be caught. I understand. The head shaman nodded and disappeared in a flash. Along with him, the large piece of charcoal that was hanging on top of the altar disappeared. As the charcoal disappeared, the dark sky gradually returned to normal. The howling of the wind and the appearance of thousands of ghosts seemed to be just an illusion. The young man took a deep breath and turned to leave with the guards. They needed to leave as soon as possible. In the Nine-God Shrine, Chu Fun, who had just left the top floor of the shrine, suddenly covered her left eye. Her face was full of pain. She leaned against the wall and squatted down. Her heart was restless. Thousands of images flashed through her mind. It was as if millions of demons were born. She was so scared that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This is, she looked away in horror. The golden light in her eyes was so dim that it was about to be extinguished. She did not dare to look at those images. It was just a glance, but it almost made her soul sink into it. After a short hesitation, she quickly stood up and ran to the top of the shrine. I have to tell him quickly. Yun Nuoshing lay down on the stone platform and peacefully closed his eyes. He was truly a bit tired and didn't even care about Chu Yingzhan, who was blindly saying, Go peacefully, I'll take care of them. If he wasn't so tired, he would definitely beat up this girl who didn't know how to control her mouth. Chu Yingzhan glanced at the stone platform and whispered to everyone, The coffin lid is pressed solid. He can't escape. Yun Nuoshing's veins were about to explode. He felt that it was time to teach this girl a lesson. Boom! The primal chaos element suddenly burst out of his body and reverberated in the sky. The dozens of suns in the realm of the gods released extremely dazzling light along with his state of mind. The light of destruction seemed to be on the verge of appearing. The two terrifying phenomena caused countless people's hearts to skip a beat. They hurriedly turned their terrified gazes away. Xian and the others were also frightened. They quickly looked away and saw that Yun Nuoshing, who had just laid down, had sat up again for some reason. He was looking at the sky with a serious expression. In reality, no one knew where he was looking. Maybe he was looking at the sky, or maybe he was looking at the void, or maybe he was looking at some other strange place. Who knew where his eyes were looking and what he was looking at? What? Idiot, don't be so petty. I just said a few words to adjust. What's wrong with you? Chu Yingzhan screamed and hid behind little Qing. She thought that Yun Nuoshing had finally opened the coffin because of her anger, but when she saw that the idiot was looking at the void with a serious expression, she knew that things were not so simple. She carefully poked her head out from behind little Qing. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed with an unsettling red and black light. His long hair danced in the wind. He pondered for a moment and was about to say something when the space around him wriggled and Hall Master Shui appeared. What's wrong? Why are you? The sea of laws is turbulent. Something is brewing in the depth. This fluctuation, this movement, what is it? It's so familiar, but I can't remember. I've seen it before, but I don't know. Yun Nuoshing murmured softly and looked into the distance. A minute ago, a fluctuation came from the small divine land and disturbed the entire conceptual layer of laws. The law turbulence there hasn't calmed down yet, and now this is happening again. Are you tired of living or tired of living? Do you really want the God realm to collapse? Do you want the entire God realm to be buried with you? Do you want me to send you on your way? The barrier's consciousness opened its eyes faintly. The law turbulence is intensifying, and the law storm is getting stronger in the depth. I'm afraid it will affect the creation's barrier, and the interception efficiency of the stars will be greatly reduced. This is really bad. Yun Nuoshing covered his face and sighed. The violent aura and the violent sun were slowly suppressed, and everyone in this space breathed a sigh of relief. They thought the sky had collapsed. Hall Master Shui's pretty face was full of worry. She looked in the direction of the small divine land and frowned. What a headache. I'll send someone to check it out. Do you have a specific location? I'm still tracking it. I'll find it in a minute, but don't get your hopes up. With such a huge law turbulence, I'm not worried about the law turbulence. I'm only worried that the law turbulence will shatter the barrier and leave the fragments behind. Then, I won't be able to follow the clues and find anything. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Just as he was speaking, he saw Chu Fan anxiously running to the top. He even covered his eyes with one hand. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. What's wrong with you? I just saw something. Yun Nuoxing frowned and stood up from the stone platform. His attention fell on her left hand that was covering her eyes. He said, Your eyes. I'm fine. Chu Fan shook his head hard. Compared to this, listen to me. Just now, a terrifying consciousness appeared in the realm of the gods. I don't know what it is. It's very ancient, primordial, or even older, a battle. Oh. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and a tyrannical force landed on Chu Fan's body. It was as if he was ordering Chu Fan to remove his left hand. A trace of bright red blood also spilled out. Blood gushed out from the tightly closed eyes. The blood dyed with a dim golden light dripped down from the cheeks in an abnormal trajectory and dyed the delicate face red. Mysterious runes could be faintly seen flowing out of the blood. The runes collapsed and dissipated in the air. The collapsed energy kept bursting out of her eyes with distorted light. It seemed like the carrier would collapse at any time. Palace Mistress Shui's breathing stagnated. She hurriedly went up to treat her. Yun Nuoxing walked up and waved her hand. It's a wound on the law. Don't touch it. The collapsed law will contaminate your body. Palace Mistress Shui frowned. A wound on the law? Why would it be injured by the law all of a sudden? As she spoke, she seemed to have understood something. Her eyes widened. It's just now? That fluctuation you mentioned just now? That fluctuation that disturbed the sea of laws? Yun Nuoxing nodded. She walked up to Chu Fan. The chaotic elements swept out like a cloud and were dyed with a little bit of colorful energy. They went into Chu Fan's eyes little by little. Ugh! Chu Fan groaned in pain. She could feel the chaotic elements swimming in her eyes. That extremely destructive chaotic energy had completely restrained its destructive power at this moment. Accompanied by the colorful starlight energy, it was very warm. The process of the chaotic elements healing made her feel very strange. Wherever the energy passed, the part that was originally damaged by the law would be covered by the chaotic element. Then, the chaotic elements would distort and gradually return to normal. The whole process was as if the wound had disappeared. It was as if the injury had been removed. The final result was that she was never injured. When the last strand of chaotic elements flowed out of her eyes, Chu Fan slowly moved her eyeballs. She looked up at Yun Nuoxing and said softly, Thank you. Ah, right, I just wanted to tell you. Chu Fan told Palace Mistress Shui everything she saw in one breath. She slowly took a breath. She felt that she had said all the words she needed to say in one breath. Moreover, she was stuttering and incoherent. She didn't even know what she was talking about in the end. After all, what she saw was chaotic and disorderly. Yun Nuoxing listened attentively, pondered for a moment, and looked at Hall Master Shui. Take this girl to rest for a while. Let her spirit sleep for a while. She won't have a problem with the damage to the laws, but her spirit is damaged. It seems that something terrible has appeared. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Palace Mistress Shui sighed. It was really an eventful season. Although it was not autumn now, there were really many things. Since a year ago, nothing had settled down. The impact seems to be great. But I don't know why. No matter from which angle, from which direction, I will end up looking at you. Chu Fan whispered. Close your eyes. Yun Nuoxing frowned and said coldly. This scared the girl who had forgotten the pain after the scar healed. She shivered and shrunk her head, not daring to say a word. Palace Mistress Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled Chu Fun and said, "You're such a troublemaker. Why are you still using your eyes to look? Don't worry, little star will take care of things. You just go and rest." Chu Fun shrunk her head and muttered, nodding obediently. Yun Nuoshing looked at the two of them, stretched his back, and moved a little. "I went out for a walk, and just happened to find the place where the fluctuation came from." Palace Mistress Shui nodded. Then be careful. I have a bad feeling that something bad is going to happen in this world." "What's going to happen in this world is already bad enough. At most, it will be a mess on top of a mess. What can be worse?" Yun Nuoshing sneered and shook her head. She tilted her head and looked at Ming and Xian. She said, "I'll be back in a while. That place isn't a fun place. You don't have to come." After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he had left them behind and ran away. Why did it feel so natural to come back? She didn't understand. But since she had already said it, she should leave as soon as possible. Seeing Yun Nuoshing run away in a hurry, Xian and the others were stunned. They blinked and looked at Little Purple Soul. The little girl was sitting on the edge of the platform. She felt their stares and jumped up with a smile. "See, I told you Big Brother is used to it. He even forgot that I sneaked out." Ming sighed and walked over to the little girl. She picked her up and ran her hand through her long hair. "It's good if that's the case. I'm just worried that Big Brother will forget about himself." "What do you mean?" Feng'er frowned. "By the way, you and Xingxing have a heart lock. Do you know anything about it?" "I don't know. I just have a feeling." Ming sighed. "I feel uneasy. He asked me to keep an eye on him, but I don't know how to do it." Sigh. Chapter 1167. In the dark and gloomy space, the storm of rules was turbulent. Abnormal energy phenomena were piled up in the air. Floating in the air was a collapsing palace. Strange vines dyed in red and black twisted around a mountain range. There were huge and nameless creatures. The cracked earth was twisted into strips in the shape of a vortex. The Whirlpool mountain range was like an inverted vortex that was gradually collapsing. The dim purple and black void flashed and changed, like a strange space reflected from a nightmare. The distortion in mid-air slowed down a little. White lines cracked like glass and finally shattered. Yun Nuoshing's figure walked out of the broken distorted space. He looked at the space that was baptized by the storm of rules and sniffed. He couldn't help but frown. "Who fished up the things from the depths of the sea of rules? Oh, it's disgusting. I haven't felt such an aura for many years. It's unpleasant." The light that spread out from his body twisted into a strange shape within 100 meters of space. In just 100 meters, the rules of the space changed countless times. He glanced at it and put away the light element. The elements of chaos spread out and resisted the distorted space with an even more distorted force, forcibly pushing back the chaotic rules. The rules here are so chaotic that they don't recognize anyone. Yun Nuoshing felt a little itchy in his teeth. The rules here were like a huge whirlpool in the sea. The bottom of the whirlpool went straight to the bottom of the sea, but the whirlpool here was reversed. The bottom pointed to the sky, to the depths of the sea of rules. Things in the depths of the sea of rules were constantly falling into the space of the real world, and this hole was constantly expanding. If left alone, this space of rules would expand to the size of the space of the real world one day. Wow, the scenery here is so scary. The sound coming from behind made Yun Nuoshing, who had just lifted his foot, stagger and almost sprain his waist. He turned around abruptly. Ziyen was constantly looking at the collapsed and distorted space here, and her small mouth kept making a tisk-tisk sound. She had seen many strange spaces, but she had never seen such a strange appearance, as if the things in the depths of a nightmare had manifested in reality. "Why are you here?" Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened. "Little star, you didn't close the door, so I came over." Xian pointed behind her. Ah, it's gone. It was just a whirlpool. I walked in curiously and came here. I thought you were waiting for someone. When did I open the door? Yun Nuoxing blinked in a daze. In the blink of an eye, he saw this space and suddenly understood. It's because of this space. When I was teleporting, the rules of the destination were distorted and I accidentally connected the two spaces temporarily. Then, he glared fiercely at the girl. It's fine if I made a mistake, but you really dared to walk in. This is a spatial tunnel connected by shattered rules. If you're not careful, you'll fall into some weird place. Why are you looking at me like that? He couldn't finish his sentence. Xian just stared at him and didn't say anything. She just listened until he stopped talking. Then, she smiled and brushed her long hair behind her ear. No, it's just that I haven't sneaked out with Little Star for a long time. I miss it. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She just sighed and turned around to look at the space. A strand of chaos element flowed out of her body and turned into a transparent barrier around Xian. Don't run around. The rules of this space are not calm. I know. Xian put her hands behind her back and smiled. I'll just follow behind you like before. Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that this girl actually knew what was going on with the spatial tunnel and deliberately followed him. Seeing that he was staring at her, Xian stuck her tongue out and quickly waved her hand. Aha! Well, I found it. Do you know what's going on in this space? Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. He shook his head helplessly and looked down at the swirling mountains. I'm not sure yet. The impact of the rules and the destruction of the rules have this effect when they hit the sea of rules. Maybe it has something to do with what Chufan said. Maybe something has been released. But the Torch Dragon Clan's talent isn't very accurate. It's called an early warning, but they can't control what they see. As far as I know, that girl is in that clan. If she has the same kind of clan as her, she should be a special one. Special? She can know everything in the world at a glance. Being forcibly instilled with information by the impact of the rules of this scale only hurts her eyes, but not her soul and spirit. Hey, girl, do you know the scale of the impact of the rules? Yun Nuoxing laughed until his body trembled slightly. The impact of the rules is almost as powerful as that of a heavenly god. It directly hit the depths of the sea of rules, and the aftershock spread across the entire realm of the gods. No one can feel it except for the god-tier beings. But that girl felt it and she clearly saw something. She was only slightly injured. That girl's flame of life has just recovered, and her body is very weak. How could she withstand the impact of the rules of this level? Don't you think she's special? Xian listened carefully and shrugged. I think there are not many people around Little Star who are not special. Yun Nuoxing heard her and pondered for a while. Then he nodded and rolled his eyes. I'm not talking about that, I know. But I can't tell what's so special about Chufan. I'm not like you, Little Star, who knows everything. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and waved his hand to bring her down to the swirling mountains. In a flash, they arrived at the center of the broken mountains. A broken building lay in front of him, floating alone in the mountains. It looked like a palace, but only the lower half and fragments were left. The upper half, it was flying in the sky. The floating palace that fell down in the sky might have been standing on the ground. The remaining lower half was a building that was more than 1,000 feet high. The material was very ordinary, at least in his opinion. There was nothing special about it. The shape was similar to what he had seen before. Every palace looked the same. This was the disadvantage of knowing too much. If you knew too much, you would not be able to recall where you had seen these things before. There was an open square in the side of the palace. The ground was densely covered with talismans and rune fragments. It was hard to tell what they used to look like. They had been distorted by the power of the rules. In the center of the square, there was only half of a circular staircase. Perhaps it used to be good, but now only half of it was left. It was broken and scattered all over the ground. It could not be pieced back to its original state. The thing that was built in front of the palace. Little star, what do you think it is? Xian pointed at the half-circular staircase. An altar. Well, according to the engraved runes, it fits the look of an altar. But it doesn't look like a sacrifice. From what I know, an altar of this scale, if it was a sacrifice, there would be a few very special talismans left behind. The rules would not be so easily distorted. But we can't rule out the possibility that it was directly destroyed. Yun Nuoshing pointed at the destroyed ground. Hasty destruction, man-made. These have nothing to do with the impact of the rules. What is certain is that this is the center of the impact of the rules. It is the most distorted place in this space. Xian rolled his eyes. Something like a seal? Yun Nuoshing frowned and pondered for a moment. It seems like it. Didn't the girl say that she saw billions of demons and some strange things? However, the seal that involves the concept of rules is a little interesting. This wave. I really feel that it's very familiar, very familiar. When did I feel it? Where was it? Yun Nuoshing held his head and tried hard to recall. From 70 eras ago, from that time, oh, what was it? Xian looked at him and then at the broken altar. Is it something special from the ancient times? Like the world-class life forms? Those big guys are very similar to demons, aren't they? Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and shook his head. Not those. Most of those guys don't have any spiritual intelligence. They only have the desire to destroy. I have encountered all of them in the past, and there is nothing related to this situation that would cause this phenomenon. No. Retrace it. It won't work. I was right. The destruction of the laws here is too severe. The laws here are shattered into millions of pieces. If you want to rewind, you'll have to put the laws here back together. It's so broken that it's impossible. Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. But if you don't deal with it, the hole in the rules here will stabilize and become a hidden disease. If the sea of rules can't calm down, the rules of the realm of the gods will be finished sooner or later. I really don't want to deal with this. It will take a lot of energy. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his hair. The rules are leaking. I suggest you deal with the hole in the rules. The stability of the creation's barrier is almost affected by the hole. The voice of the barrier's consciousness rang in his mind. Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows twitched. He gritted his teeth and sighed as if he had accepted his fate. Then let's deal with it. Let's see if we can salvage 1 or 2 fragments. Xian teased. Didn't you give up? Since we are going to do it, we should at least get something substantial. TSK. If I find out which bastard is doing such a dangerous project here, I will crush him. Yun Nuoshing said through gritted teeth. But salvaging the fragments. The instability of the rules here is the biggest reason why I can't retrace it. Moreover, the rules here are broken. What I see when I retrace it is just some meaningless fragment. Well, if I retrieve 2 fragments, I might be able to retrace it more fully, but it won't be more complete. He waved his hand and opened a portal. Then, he turned to Xian and said, Girl, you go back first. There will be a big commotion later. Xian looked at him, and then at the portal beside her. She nodded and walked into the portal. In the next second, she was back in the Nine Gods Temple. Hall Master Shui and the others were stunned when they saw her coming out. They quickly went up to her. You went with Little Star? Where is he? Little Xingxing is dealing with the rule scars over there. Ziyan shrugged and explained what had just happened. In the end, he added, if you don't see it with your own eyes, well, I can't describe it. Hearing this, Hall Master Shui nodded. She turned to look outside the temple and said, That explains what just happened. Just now? Chu Yingzhan raised her hand and said, Just now, when the 2 of you ran out, a very strange change appeared in the space outside the 9 divine halls. It was a bit like the distorted state you spoke of, but not exactly. It's probably an illusion caused by a mistake in the laws. Sigh, this phenomenon has never happened even when there were frequent battles in the past. Just how chaotic is the sea of laws in the god realm? Hall Master Shui sighed worriedly. It's not that chaotic. It was disturbed by the impact of several heavenly god-tier rules. It's just an earthquake or a tsunami. Yun Nuoxing's cold voice came from behind him as he emerged from the void and looked outside. 2 information torrents and multiple impacts from the void shroud. The latter is still manageable since the shockwaves to the sea of precepts would be blocked by the surface layer, but the former is no fun. That is a massive information shock that directly bypasses the conceptual layer of the precepts, no less than the impact of a deep-sea earthquake. Now, there is another heavenly god-tier energy shock that directly hits the deeper layers of the sea of precept. It is no different from a meteor crashing into the ocean. These few impacts could take away half of the precepts of the divine realm. Hall Master Shui looked at him. Are you done there? The hole has been patched up, and I've more or less patched it up. It shouldn't be a big problem. Yun Nuoxing sighed tiredly and continued. Originally, when heavenly gods fight, they would not send their energy into the sea of rules for no reason. It's no different from spitting at the sky. All the destruction of the rules would be blocked by the shallow parts of the sea of rules, and as long as it doesn't affect the deeper parts, it would be fine. He paused for a moment, and his face looked terrible. The hole just now has already connected to the deeper parts. The things in the deeper parts of the sea of rules are going to come out and wreak havoc in the divine realm. Anyway, this matter has come to an end for now. I really need to rest for a while. I can't hold on any longer. Yun Nuoxing yawned as he walked to the stone platform and lay down lazily. Wake me up if there's anything. Well, don't wake me up if you can't. I'll know if there's any danger. Hey! Later, the meteor shower is going to. Chu Yingzhan had just called out to him when she saw that he had already fallen asleep. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy. They all say that if the burden on his body is too heavy, it will crush him to death. This time, he doesn't even need to carry the coffin lid anymore. Feng Er shook her head helplessly and pressed down on Shiyun, who was grimacing at her. You, don't be so mean. I'm used to it. Hallmaster Shui tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. After a while, he waved his hand. All right, little star has too many burdens. He also needs to rest for a while. Let's not disturb him here. Let's go to the hall below. There's still half an hour before the meteor shower comes again. We need to be prepared. She looked at Ming and Xian and thought for a moment. You don't want to hear anything else. I'll leave little star in your care. Ming smiled and nodded. Okay. Hallmaster Shui turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing again. She sighed in her heart. Little idiot, you've shown such a weak side. You don't have the dignity that you pretended to have before. He opened his eyes in a daze. The sky was blue. He was lying on a soft cloud. He moved his eyes and could see a city floating below him. The mortals lived a carefree life. The sun shone on them day by day, and then they bathed in the moonlight. The sun and the moon alternated. Life was progressing. There was an inexplicable atmosphere in the air. There was a scorching aura of the battlefield, a somewhat tense atmosphere, and a somewhat hurried atmosphere. But right now there was only peace. Peace, true peace. There was not even a single brawl within a radius of thousands of light years. Looking at it made him feel lazy. Feng, you've been lying here all day. You're so lazy. I'm bored. There are a lot of things happening in the depths of the void. I don't want to join in the fun. Haha, it's none of your business. We're only in charge of this place. The world outside is dangerous. The underworld's actions this time are a little scary. I don't know what they're after. Yeah, who knows? He was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up blankly. Who are you? He turned around and saw a young man with black hair wearing a snow-white robe sitting half a meter away from him. The young man's knees were bent lazily, and his hands were on the cloud below him. His eyes were very strange. They were ordinary black, but there was a magical power in them. His handsome face was facing the sun. It was bright and bright, just like a big boy. "Feng, you're sleepy again." He poked Feng Luo's head and grinned. "What do you think the underworld is doing?" They came from the depths of the void and swept through countless worlds. Although the two of us are only in charge of the God realm, how should I put it? I feel a little uneasy. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. That's a heavy burden. The divine realm is currently surrounded by the underworld. The ancient royal family has also sent word that they might be going to the depths of the void to fight. There are many wise people there who might have predicted this. I plan to send some people to assist them while they're gone. After all, our two realms have been friends for many years, hee. Yun Nuoxing opened her eyes in a daze. Her mind was a mess, but she still said, "Yeah. It's been so many years. It's not good to be quiet for so many years. Why don't we go out and do something?" "Forget about it. You're just a short-lived hothead. You'll be clamoring to come back not long after you leave. You should just focus on being an observer. Dispatching troops to battle is my duty as a guardian. Why don't we just treat this as a precaution? Let's just say that the underworld might threaten the gods." "That's right, let's just say that." The sunny boy scratched his head and smiled brightly. "When the time comes, millions of people will answer the call. Do you think 20 Empyrean gods of origin will be enough? Who knows? That pitch-black mist in the underworld is a little strange. I advise you to be careful." I know. You're not as good as me when it comes to this. I can beat you with one hand. Haha. Chapter 1168. Just like in fairy tales, it was beautiful, peaceful, tranquil blue skies and carefree white clouds. Everywhere was filled with a serene aura. This was the most beautiful illusion that this world had bestowed upon the God realm. The underworld had appeared, and the encirclement was shrinking bit by bit. Worlds were being destroyed one after another. The people in the encirclement were watching and resisting, but most of them were just watching. The void was far away, and if it did not happen to them, they naturally did not have to do anything. They did not have to care about anything. They would wait until the underworld crushed the void one by one, and nothing would be left. This was what Yun Nuoxing knew and guessed, but he did not know at this moment. He was still lying lazily on the cloud, chatting with his best friend and casually making a decision. Yes, very casually, he made the decision when he was dozing off. There was no fragment of this place in his memory, absolutely not. Throughout the 70 eras, although many of these memories were sealed, when the primal chaos deity was still alive, he had traced back to himself, wanting to find out who he was and why he had descended from the sky. He was not surprised at all. That search had led him to the underworld, and he knew that he was someone who had escaped from the path of reincarnation, but he could not find the source and did not know who he was. The past, yes, it was the past. The memories of that life had completely disappeared. He was not surprised that he was a person who had reincarnated, as if it had been decided by the rules. He also accepted it as a matter of course, and did not feel surprised at all. He did not look into it at all. He only thought in his heart, yes, I jumped out of the carriage at the last part of the path of reincarnation, and then it was over, until this moment. The eternal nightmare had passed, and it originated from 2 or 3 eras ago, which was him. At the end of the path of nightmare, he saw those people from the underworld, saw the Lord of the underworld, saw the counterattack power that burned the entire void, saw the attack that pierced through the entire Deyuan realm, and he was also destroyed by that attack. He thought that the nightmare had come to an end. Now, the dream brought him back to an even longer time, in the middle of the Dark Age. The underworld was still in the depths of the void, destroying all worlds, and the realm of the gods was still watching. Only a few elites went to the depths of the void to fight. He existed here, in the realm of the gods. He was an observer. The person beside him was the guardian of the realm of the gods. That day, what day would it be? He couldn't remember. It was a very, very distant memory, so distant that he couldn't recall it at all. But he knew everything. He was a very sunny young man. Although he was called a young man, he was actually a big boy. A boy with childlike innocence, bright and energetic. Every day, he would shout, and he liked to run around. He had never seen him sad, and he was very popular with girls. Compared to him, who was lazily lying in the clouds all day and didn't want to do anything or think about anything, they were two extremes. Even their duties were two extremes, just like how those who believed in the light could never tolerate the darkness. The guardian was one of the two priesthoods in the realm of the gods. Everyone knew that we protected the realm of the gods. He had taken the lead in resisting many disasters from the outside world. His name was widely known, and was widely sung in the human world. He was a hero, and it was because of him that the realm of the gods was able to maintain peace and blah blah blah. The other priesthood in the realm of the gods was the observer, Feng Ling. At first glance, he sounded like a girl, but when he looked at it again, he was actually a pure man. He was lazy to the extreme, lying on the clouds all day long, and basking in the sun when he had nothing to do for 500 days a year. No matter how much he basked in the sun, he would always be white. 9 out of 10 times we went to find him, he would lie on the clouds and sleep. There was also one time when he stared blankly at the city below. No one paid attention to him, and he could sleep for an entire day, drifting to wherever the clouds went. Usually, when he woke up, he wouldn't know where he was, and it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't say a word for a year. This nature directly led to the fact that no one knew the observer at all. The people were even discussing when the priesthood of the observer would descend. Half of this era had already passed, and no one knew that the observer of the realm of the gods was lying in the clouds all day long, sleeping soundly. Oh, maybe it was because he was always sleeping soundly that no one knew him. The world was chaotic, and this topic would never change. From the realm of the gods to the depths of the void, the latter was still fighting incessantly, and the realm of the gods was no exception. Peace, that was just a joke. 80% of the realm of the gods were fighting every day, meaningless battles and worthless battles. In the eyes of the observer, their actions were laughable. The way they fought over trivial matters was quite comical, and that was how he lived his life. But in Huey's eyes, this world was very beautiful. The sun was shining brightly, and everyone was actively living a peaceful life. The practitioners were still fighting for something today, and the other worlds in the void were also working hard to live. No one wanted to be eliminated by this world, and no one wanted to be forgotten by the void. Just for this small reason, they were working hard to live, and it contributed to this sunny scene. Manager Hui said that Feng Ling saw the world as too dark and unbearable, but Feng Ling never refuted him. He just smiled and continued to lie down lazily. He liked this kind of world, and he liked the positive side of this world. He only let him know about this, and let him be sunny all the time. The real side was to tear open the scars and expose everything, but what was exposed was the laughable nature and the abhorrent evil thoughts. Feng Ling never told Hui about this, because he was lazy and felt that it was unnecessary. Light and darkness were companions. In light there was darkness, and in darkness there was light. This was an indisputable fact. The existence of two priesthoods was necessary. The guardian had the duty of a guardian, and the observer naturally had his own things to do. He guarded the world in the light, and he was the devil who wandered on the edge of the dark, destroying all the chaos that quietly grew in the dark. We didn't know, or maybe he knew, but he didn't mention it. In the world in the dark, there were many things, people, or other things that were harmful to the entire God's world and the void. They grew in the dark. The God's world was the largest world in the 8 elements realm, and the dangerous things that were born here could usually threaten the entire void. In the face of such a situation, someone had to deal with it. But Feng Ling was too lazy to analyze it in detail. All the sins of darkness in front of him were two different matters, whether they should be killed or not. He was the warden who guarded the darkness of this world, and the sins of this world. Well, perhaps it was more accurate to call him the executioner. There would never be a lack of darkness, just like how bad people would always be around good people. The two coexisted, and his duty was to deal with these things all day long. Those with twisted hearts, those who wanted to break the rules and go to heaven with countless people. He couldn't even count how many there were. No one in the gods' world knew the observer, but there was always a nameless person in the dark that everyone paid attention to. When he took over this duty, he understood everything. It wasn't a fair duty, and it was all for one purpose. Everything was for the survival of the gods' world, and that was that. Even if it was dirty work, even if it was to deal with something that couldn't see the light of day, as long as it was necessary, he would take care of it. Fortunately, the people in the gods' world weren't all idiots, and there weren't many people who didn't have the brains to think about the destruction of the world. He had been the observer for so many years, writing down the names of all the people who had been executed in a book, and enlarging it by 2 or 3 times was not enough. Most of the time, he had nothing to do. Right, the reason why he said that he was doing dirty work was because his execution list didn't only have the so-called dark side existences. For example, there were some people who accidentally touched on the domain of ascension. Those people would also accidentally bump into his line of sight and become part of the execution list. Feng, you're spacing out again. Hui said in annoyance. You should at least change a little. It's not good to sleep in all day. He smiled faintly and stood up. Why don't you come with me for a walk? Yun Nuoshing replied in a lazy tone, not even wanting to open his eyes. Where are we going now? To the depths of the void, to see those fellows in the underworld, to see those. Huey's expression changed slightly. Those destroyed worlds, and those worlds that are in deep trouble. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes slightly. He didn't know why he was acting so lazy, and the fatigue that came from his soul made him not want to move. He just wanted to sleep like a dead man today, right here, right now. This was Feng Ling's memory, or perhaps it was also his memory from the Dark Age. He felt that it was very interesting, but now wasn't the time to look at his memories before and after. He didn't know how many lifetimes of memories he had, but he felt that he couldn't wake up, and his soul couldn't wake up. It was as if he was dreaming back to the Dark Age, and as if those memories of Quarter Moon and Yun Nuoshing were fake. In fact, he was Feng Ling, and those memories of countless lifetimes of reincarnation were forged by his brain. For a moment, he really had such a feeling, and he almost couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion. Hey Feng, are you listening? Hui couldn't help but sigh. Are you really sleepy? I see that you're listless these days. Why don't you move a little? I'm thinking about some things. Don't talk first. Yun Nuoshing answered vaguely. He was thinking about the problem he had just been thinking about. It wasn't about Feng Ling, nor was it about the observer and protector, but something deeper. Yes, it was that matter. In the ancient age, Quarter Moon. At that time, he didn't have any memories of the Dark Age, but in this life, yes, it was this life. It started from Feng Yueying and then Yun Nuoshing. The eternal nightmare started from this moment. The memories of the Dark Age and the faint fragments of the Dark Age came together with the nightmare. In Quarter Moon's life, there were no signs of it. He had actually thought about this question more than once or twice, but he didn't tell anyone about it. This kind of I'm not me, I'm not the pure me. Saying it out loud gave him goosebumps. Well, actually, he didn't. He still accepted this kind of thing with a clear conscience and didn't pursue it. Now, he had no choice but to pursue it. This memory that suddenly appeared made him faintly feel that something was wrong. Just like the most ordinary thing, he knew what kind of person Feng Ling was, just like he knew what kind of person he was. He knew it without any reason. This time, it really made his back feel a little. Well, there was still no reaction. Phone. We looked at him seriously. I think you're still muddle-headed from sleeping. It's been an hour, but you haven't said anything. Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and move a little. Yun Nuashing. He felt that there was nothing to refute because Feng Ling was sleepy every day. The only time his mind was awake was probably when he was carrying out an execution. Yes, that's right. Why don't we go and pick up girls? Hui said with a grin. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and glanced at him gloomily. Forget about that. Sigh, ever since I went out to meet those girls with you last time, that girl said that she liked more masculine men. He sighed. I haven't recovered from it for half a year, ahaha. Haha, then let's go there and take a look. Yun Nuashing subconsciously stretched, and then lazily got up from the cloud. He yawned and said, What's so fun about it? Well, it's just watching a group of people. Yawn. Fighting here and there. It's so boring. Haha, isn't the world like this? You fight and you fight for progress. As long as you have this kind of heart, fighting is inevitable. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and muttered, I wonder what's going on over there. He was talking about the 139th era. He didn't know how the time between the two sides was calculated, but he seemed to be trapped in this time and space. For the time being, he couldn't break free. Last time, it ended with destruction. What would happen this time to be considered the end? We heard him and grinned. Don't worry, it's fine. Yun Nuashing was stunned. You know what I'm talking about? Isn't it just the depths of the void? Don't worry, although the people from the underworld are aggressive. Well, they have destroyed countless worlds, but it's actually not. We won't die there. We're just taking some people with us to take a look just in case. It seems like the observer is still the observer. Even though he's usually lazy, he's still doing serious business. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He really thought that he knew what he was talking about. For this world. No, to be precise, for this era, he knew the ending of the Dark Age. He knew what happened during the Dark Age. At least, he knew that it was an earth-shattering event. How should he put it? He felt a little strange. Knowing the result and then looking at what was going to happen, he always felt a little strange. He felt that no matter what he did, he would have to return empty-handed. But for those who lived in this era, it was something that really happened to them on the other side, in the 139th era, at the top of the water god temple. Hallmaster Shui Xian and the others came to the top of the temple. The sky outside was bright and eternal, like the light of the stars that never set. It illuminated the entire god realm. The sky was burning, dyed with the strange colors of the sun, burning the entire god realm. 3 loopholes have appeared in the Sourcepeak region. Faraway Lu City has been destroyed. The 5th to 12th teams have barely retreated. Let's hope that our comrades have been reborn in the spiritual temple. We are rebuilding the joint barrier. The ultimate plane region. This is the ultimate plane region. F***ck, these suns can turn. They are bombarding the joint barrier of the Sourcepeak region from the side. The void fog has infiltrated. A large amount of void fog has gathered at the border of the divine land. Secondary derivatives have appeared. Requesting backup. 2 energy nodes of the joint barrier have been destroyed. All retreat. Retreat. A big guy is coming. The area within 100 million miles has been cleared. Retreat. The great city protecting formation of Xingming City can't hold on any longer. We don't need their teleportation gate anymore. With Tai City as the center, the 33 cities here have all evacuated. The barrier can be pushed back a little. F***ck, we can't retreat here. Once the nodes explode, the barrier will be finished. The ultimate plane region has completely fallen. A large amount of void fog in any case, all that entered her ears was bad news. Hall Master Shui only felt a slight pain in her ears. The shower of stars had come even more punctually than they had imagined. It was so punctual that it made them grit their teeth in anger. The bombardment was 12 times more powerful than the first wave, and it was as if they were about to slap the joint barrier in the face. Everyone was caught off guard. The creation's barrier had held on for half an hour, and after that, the suns were directly pressed against their faces. A full-power attack comparable to a divine-ranked deity smashed into their faces at an unknown speed. That feeling. Reporting, the demon world has been hit. The timing is exactly the same as what Lord Barrier predicted. The demon world was hit by the first sun 3 minutes ago. The troops that appeared now are already in chaos. We are still observing that heavenly demon god. Oh, there's no need to observe anymore. He has already retreated. I think there's chaos in the demon world as well. Report from the 4th observation point of the Royal Ridge clan. We have observed unusual fluctuations in the laws. It might be the cause of those stars crashing into the demon world and the demon world. Next to Hall Master Shui, a young man with long white hair heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 forked antlers on his head revealed his identity. Looking closely at his face, it was the candle dragon that Yun Nuoshing had seen the other day. Fortunately, we moved our people here. If we didn't listen to you, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be ashes left of them. Hall Master Shui sighed. If we can save some, then so be it. We warned them. Whether they listen or run away is their problem. We saved some, more or less. The candle dragon wiped his sweat and smiled. The Dark Immortal clan, the Qing Lin clan, and many others have listened to our advice and retreated from the demon world. That's because of your persuasion. Hall Master Shui shook her head. She looked at the barrier's consciousness and said, "Can't you wake Little Star up? The situation is very bad now. There are already loopholes in the joint barrier. The defense line is retreating again and again. I'm afraid that China will be affected before this round is over." The barrier's consciousness was glowing with energy. He slowly raised his head. "I can't contact the original body. How can this be?" Xian frowned. He walked to the stone platform and looked at the sleeping Yun Nuoshing. "But he's right here. Why? There's a time and space crossing that exceeds the detection limit. Location unknown. Time unknown. The original body's consciousness is immersed in an undetectable place that transcends time and space." The barrier's consciousness said in a hollow voice. "Possibility of forcibly waking him up, 0. Little Star can't wake up?" Feng asked anxiously. "My guess is that the original body's consciousness is locked by some undetectable powerful force and can't be awakened for the time being." The destructive explosions outside sent chills down everyone's spines. Xian was a little nervous and helpless. In just a short while, he disappeared from her side. She didn't know where he went. Hall Master Shui listened calmly. She took a deep breath and waved her hand. "Use the resources of the 9 divine temples. It can hold on for a while. Move these dozens of suns out." All of them?" Nightmare shivered. He looked up at the 40 dim suns. "Won't they be accidentally injured? They're running away now. How can they be accidentally injured?" Hall Master Shui shook her head. "We can't hesitate anymore. If we delay any longer, there'll be nothing left. Hurry up." Before she walked out of the temple, she looked back at Xian and the others. She hesitated for a moment. "If Little Star wakes up, well, I'm hungry. It's okay. We'll solve it. We can't rely on him for everything." Everyone was confused. She disappeared from the top floor of the temple. Xian and the others gathered around the stone platform. They looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was sleeping peacefully with his hands folded on his abdomen. His chest was still moving up and down. His spirit and soul were normal. He was lying there like normal, but they couldn't feel his breath. Little purple soul patted Xian's arm. He looked up and grinned. "Don't worry, Sister Xian. Big Brother is fine. Big Brother is looking for something very important. No one can disturb him now." We just need to wait here quietly. Xian and Mei Mao looked at Little Purple Soul seriously. Did Little Stars say anything to you? No. Little Purple Soul shook his head and smiled. I just saw Big Brother go out. That's right. He went out. As if his soul had left his body, his consciousness quietly drifted away. Everyone was terrified. Chapter 1169. The violent bombardment that had engulfed half of the celestial realm had been going on for 2 whole hours. In the second round of bombardment, 1/5 of the time had passed. The long night had long passed, but no one could find the sons of the celestial realm. They did not know if they had been shredded into pieces by the explosions, or if they had simply fallen head first into the barrier. The combined barrier retreated from the west of Sourcepeak territory to Underworld Star City. The experts in the holy city of Sourcepeak territory had finally succumbed after being hit multiple times by the stars, destroying half of the city and sacrificing half of the city's lives. They had succumbed in the face of an extraordinary disaster. However, the space had been torn apart and there were no rules at all. The teleportation gates that led to various places in Sourcepeak territory and even Pantheon World had been declared invalid. Hundreds of millions of lives were still trapped in Underworld Star City. Only a small portion of them could escape quickly. As for the rest, even the Guardian forces didn't have the time to help them. There were many holes and cracks in the combined barrier, and it was still rapidly retreating while constantly gathering power. The rear had also been hit by more or less stars, so there wasn't much power left to take care of that. In short, the situation was terrible. Continue retreating. While maintaining the old combined barrier, prepare a new one before the old one collapses. Don't worry about the ones that have already been broken. Go gather people and throw those who still want to live back here. Use all the formation diagrams and whatnot. 30% of the soul tablets in the spiritual temple have lit up. Everyone's soul and body are being reconstructed. They won't be able to help in a short period of time. The temple master has already ordered the stars to be in place. The new barrier is on the way. Hurry up and make space for everyone. This astral sea barrier will cover half of Pantheon World. Those who are burned to death by their own sons will be used to fill the void. Hurry up and provide a few coordinates. The star's energy is recovering. They need to be transferred to the destination in one go. What? You're asking me about the consequences? The marked location will be blown to smithereens within a radius of 100 million miles. Is that considered a consequence? Damn it, these are 40 stars with the power of peak heavenly gods. Even Pantheon World will tremble when these things are moved. What kind of consequences do you think there will be? Nonsense. Who would use this kind of thing if they weren't forced to? That's the powerful force left by the first palace master. Now the creation's barrier is already. Damn it. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw it at your head. The Nine God Temple was probably the fastest place to exchange information in the entire God realm, or at least, it was the fastest place to exchange information right now. No matter what news they received, it would only get worse and worse. It was a despairing situation, but the atmosphere at the top of the Water God Temple was unusually lively. There was none of the nervousness of the apocalypse outside. The girls were shocked when they saw the exploding stars outside. Shi Jiao and Shi Yi were even talking about the exploding stars with great interest. Little Purple Soul was giggling there, as expected of a child who doesn't know anything. No, she doesn't feel nervous at all. When Yuan Shi, who had just returned from the Yuan family, saw the 3 little girls, his nervousness and urgency completely disappeared. For some reason, he even felt a little relaxed. He felt as if there were festive fireworks going off outside instead of the flames of the stars descending like a catastrophe. Yaya, look over there! Look over there! Little Purple Soul stood at the edge of the platform, gesticulating and pointing at the bright stars outside. However, everyone smiled bitterly when they saw the bright stars outside. Who could see what was going on outside? The distorted stars had destroyed everything. The problem was that the little girl was not affected at all. Xian and the others were very surprised, but not too surprised. After all, the little girl was even more mysterious than Yun Nuoxing. Anything that happened to her was like a fairy tale to them. It was impossible for them to be surprised all the time, so they were already numb to it. Ziyi glanced over there and said, "It's a dark star, tainted with the energy of the void mist. TSK. Even I can't see that place. How amazing is this little girl? Even Brother Nuo doesn't know. Who knows? We don't know anything except that the little girl has that strange energy immunity." She waved her wide sleeves and shook her head helplessly. "Yaya, there's a continent flying over." Little Purple Soul waved at everyone excitedly. Xian and the others nodded casually. Then, they felt that something was wrong. What did a continent mean? Did they hear it wrong? It was slowed down by that thin layer. Yaya, it missed the realm of the gods. It was captured. This time, everyone heard it clearly. They felt a chill run down their spines. A continent that had been hit by a fragment of the realm of the gods. A continent that had been hit by a fragment of the realm of the gods. The primordial lifeforms in the realm of the gods. Well, probably. They did not know if there were any survivors on the continent at that speed. There are people on it. There are eggshells. I see them. Little Purple Fox jumped into Xian's arms with a smile and said, "Sister Xian, let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look." Xian smiled bitterly and held the little girl down. She shook her head and said, "Not now. It's too chaotic out there. Should we go after the meteor shower is over?" Little Purple Soul turned her head to look at the meteor shower. Then, she turned her head to look at where the continent was. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Yes. He thought that the little girl would be depressed for a while after he rejected her. He did not expect her to pull Shi Hao and Shi Yun to watch the meteor shower fall on the realm of the gods, the meteor shower. It's a real meteor shower. It's completely different from those stupid rocks. It's a real meteor shower. This feast really fits the name of the first realm of the gods, doesn't it? Everyone turned their heads when they heard the voice. Then, they saw a girl in a snow-white short skirt striding up to the top of the temple. Her bright black eyes flashed as she scanned the platform. Finally, her gaze landed on Little Purple Soul. She grinned and said in a loud voice, "Little girl, where's your stupid brother? I heard from Hallmaster Shui that he's here." Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. This sentence made them realize that this beautiful girl knew Little Purple Soul. She also knew Yun Nuoxing, but they had never seen this girl before. Wait a moment. They thought of someone who seemed to fit the description. Someone who lived in Yun Nuoxing's memories. And was still alive. However, they had not seen each other for more than 10 years. Her name was Little Purple Soul was also stunned. When she saw the girl in the white skirt, she suddenly jumped over and shouted, "Sister Yuin! Hey little girl, it's been more than 10 years and you still remember me." Yuin smiled and caught the little girl. She reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek. "Why haven't you grown in 10 years? Hee hee." Little Purple Soul smiled brightly and rubbed her head against Yuyin's chest. After a while, she pointed at the stone platform and said, "Big Brother isn't here. But Big Brother's body is over there." Yuyin was stunned for a moment. However, she did not doubt Yun Nuoxing's ability to get her lost, so she didn't say anything. She nodded and looked at the stunned people on the stone platform. She put Little Purple Soul down and smiled at them. "Hello." "Hello." Yuan. She was stunned for a moment before she raised her hand to greet Yuyin. She looked at Yuyin from head to toe and suddenly said, "I heard from Xiao Xiao that the Yu family has a new goddess candidate, is it you?" "Ah, Sister Xiao Xiao told you about that too? How did you recognize me?" Yuyin asked in surprise. "You're wearing Xiao Xiao's clothes for special occasions." "That's right, it's the same style. Xiao Xiao is the only goddess in this generation of the Yu family. She doesn't even have a candidate. Ahaha, I just came out of the training ground. I forgot to change. Everyone was speechless. Yuan laughed and didn't take it to heart. She looked at Little Purple Soul and asked, "Little girl, where's Sister Ming?" Before Little Purple Soul could answer, a soft and sweet voice came from the side, "Sister Yuan, it's me." Yuan was stunned when she saw the beautiful girl with a pair of wings slowly walk up to her. She looked at the face. It was very small. She only looked a little like the little girl she carried in her arms. She didn't recognize her at all. "Ah, Ming? You're an angel?" Ming shook her head slightly. She wanted to tell Yuan a few times, but she didn't want to talk about what happened in the past. She just shook her head and looked at Yuan with her golden eyes. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Yuan waved her hand and said, "Looks like a lot has happened to you all these years. Haha, you're no longer the little girl from back then. Time flies. Sometimes I can still remember the past." I'm just here to take a look. Sister Xiao Xiao just came back looking tired. She told me something. I've been planning to come here for a long time, so I came. I haven't seen you two for a long time, and I miss you. Oh, and I also want to see that big idiot. Yuan was pulled to the front of the stone platform by Little Purple Soul. She looked at the guy who was as pretty as a girl lying on the stone platform. He was quiet, peaceful, and peaceful. He was completely different from what she had seen in the flood of information. His silver-black hair was indeed very strange, but it only added to his demonic aura. Yuan sighed and reached out her hand. "Look at you. You're always like this. There's no other way in the world, but you always choose the most extreme way. Idiot, you'll always be an idiot. Don't touch him. Little Star is now." Xian screamed when he saw her reaching out her hand. Yuan stopped just in time. Her jade-like hand could almost touch the chaotic energy in the form of black clouds. She could feel the violent taste. She smiled at Xian and said, "I know. The little idiot is in danger now. I knew it when the flood of information passed by." Yuan turned to Xian and smiled. "You must be Xian." Xian was stunned for a moment. He nodded. "Yes. Hello. Little Star often talks about you. It's rare that this guy remembers me. But I'm sure he didn't say anything good." Yuan waved her hand. "Not really." Xian shook his head. "Little Star always said that you're very worrisome." Tisk. Yuan curled her lips and did not comment on this. She turned her head and made a face at Yun Nuoxing's corpse, then smiled sweetly at everyone. "How has this idiot been all these years? Back then, I didn't even have time to say anything before leaving in a hurry. This idiot doesn't even know how to take care of himself." Sigh. Even though she complained a lot, she could not hide her concern. Looking at the stars outside, Yuan Shi and the others felt that there was nothing they could do. They sat down casually and prepared to talk to Yuan about Yun Nuoxing's activities over the years. It was also good to hear what he was like in the past. Ziyan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She looked outside the Divine Hall and looked at the floating island that belonged to the Xian clan. Only then did she recall that little Xingxing had told her that the Xian clan of the 8 ancient clans had brought her family back. If there were no accidents, her father and the others should be there. After greeting Ming, Xian quietly left the temple and went to the Xian family's floating island. On the floating island where the Xian family was, there was a dense fog formed by condensed energy. There were mountains and rivers, but they didn't obstruct one's vision. One could see everything at a glance. This floating island was huge, much bigger than the floating island of a single temple. They were all small forces and ordinary families that lived in the Xian family's territory. They were considered the subordinate forces of the Xian family. There were cities everywhere, and now the city walls had been torn down. Colorful starlight shone on this floating island. At this moment it was very busy. The rain of stars had taken away a lot of the strength of the guardian forces. It also took away some of the Xian family's and Yu family's new guardian forces. There were also many who stayed behind to guard. They needed to calm the restless people, and let them know that this thing wouldn't come crashing down for a while. Fortunately, there were 40 suns hanging in the space of the 9 divine temple. This exciting scene wasn't something that everyone could see. It also strengthened the mental fortitude of many people, and it wasn't that troublesome to calm them down. The city at the center of this territory had a majestic and intimidating aura. Even though it had been merged into the Guardian forces, this city was still the holy land of the Xian family. However, it wasn't as strict and guarded as before. There were some small checkpoints at the city gate to prevent too many people from rushing into the holy city at once. Even now, when things were chaotic and busy, one could see the disciples of the 9 divine temple, the Qin family, the Yu family, the Yuan family, and the other guardian forces moving around these places. On the other hand, there were other disciples moving around in other places as well. The 9 divine temple lifted its most mysterious veil for the first time. The holy city of the Xian family and the other great clans was also casually opened. As long as one wasn't stupid, no one would cause trouble in this space. Many people knew that there was a god protecting this space. Ziyin easily walked into the Xian clan's holy city with his identity as a member of the 9 shrine. As for his identity, he was holding little Xingxing's token. If it wasn't for the fact that the shrine masters were all very popular, the guards would have shouted their greetings to the shrine masters. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, there seemed to be a lot of people who recognized her, which made Ziyin feel a little strange. After asking around a little, he found out that it was because he often followed little Xingxing. Moreover, he was the protector of this space and the observer of the god's realm. These identities were public in this space. He was like a stabilizing force. It was also because of this that the people who often followed him were quite famous in this space, almost to the point where they were known by every household. Ziyin was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. She originally thought that there would be many people who hated Little Star due to the flood of information. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. She walked into the holy city and wanted to find the Xian realm. She casually stopped a passerby and asked about the situation in this city. She felt that it should be similar to the Yuan family. First, it was the holy city. Then, the teleportation gate to the Yuan realm was in the middle of the holy city. Xian realm. Oh, that place used to be called that. However, after the Xian family moved into the Great Guardian space, it was no longer there. That space was released. Look, it's that area. In the past, people were not allowed to enter and leave as they pleased. Now there aren't many restrictions. The passerby recognized her and felt a little touched. He couldn't help but sigh, when will this disaster end? Although I know that there is an incredible person protecting this space, I feel uncomfortable all over if I can't see the sky and the sun for a day. Ziyin smiled slightly. It will pass. Little. We are all working hard for tomorrow. It won't last for too long. If that's the case, then that's good. After bidding farewell to the passerby, Ziyin walked all the way to the original center of the sacred city. According to the passerby, there was an extra piece of space here. The mountain range and the city descended from the sky, dividing the city into many regions. Many of the layouts had been rearranged. The city that descended from the sky was the original location of the Xian family in the Xian world. She found the city in a short while and casually walked around a few times. Just as she was about to find someone to find the small branch family, she suddenly felt a little absent-minded. The layout in front of her was so familiar. The blacksmith shop, the stall selling buns at the corner of the street, the bluish-white stone bricks, the layout of the street. Everything was so familiar. The people in front of her were no longer those people. The stall selling buns changed from an aunt to an uncle. There should have been a little old man sitting in front of the stall that was popular with children all year round. Instead, it was a young girl sitting there. She was holding a needle and thread in her scarred hand. There were some crooked little things on the ground. But everything was so familiar. At that moment, She even thought that she was back in Xingyu City. Even the little peach blossom forest was there. When she saw the peach blossom forest, her footsteps slowed down. Mei Mao was full of disbelief. Yen a deep voice sounded behind her. The vaguely familiar title made Xian tremble. The voice that she hadn't heard for more than 10 years had some doubts, some surprise, and some surprise. Xian quickly turned around. When she saw the familiar face, her eyes became hot. She only felt a thick liquid rolling over. Endless stars rolled over. In the dark void, every speck of light was a world of light. In this vast and endless void, there were as many as the stars. At first glance, they looked like sparks in the dark night. An ancient aura came from the endless void. Yun Nuoxing and Hui were rushing toward the depths of the void. Beside them were dozens of Empyrean gods of origin from the gods' world and the ancient imperial world. Yes, not the demon world, but the ancient imperial world. This was something that Yun Nuoxing just learned. At this time in the Dark Age, the ancient imperial world had not yet become the demon world. The people of the ancient imperial family were no different from the human race. They were like a branch of the human race. Perhaps they had more innate advantages. Other than the fact that the ancient imperial world was smaller than the gods' world, there was no difference. The rules were the same. One of the Empyrean gods of origin from the ancient imperial family came forward and looked curiously at Yun Nuoxing and Hui Dao. Lord Hui, may I ask who this friend is? Him? Don't worry about him. He's a lazy bum. It took me a lot of effort to persuade him to come out of his nest. Hui grinned and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was yawning in response to him calling her a lazy bum. He said to the Empyrean god of origin, "Don't be fooled by him. Even if dozens of you ganged up on him, you still wouldn't be able to beat him. Well, even if you added me up, we still wouldn't be able to beat him. This guy is very strange." Yawn. Don't say that in front of others. Yawn. Strange, isn't it? Yun Nuoxing replied lazily. Looking at the endless darkness around them, she couldn't help but mumble, so boring. So boring. I want to sleep so much. Let's go back to the gods' world. We've been out for so long. Everyone. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Phone, it hasn't even been an hour since we left the gods' world. We've already reached the place between the middle plains and the lower plains. We're almost there. Yun Nuoxing murmured lazily. She patted her black robe and said, I told you to use the astrolabe. We'll be there soon, but you just had to run here myself. It's very tiring. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. So, he was the one who had the astrolabe? Everyone's expression became more and more strange. We didn't know whether to laugh or cry again. Feng, you said that if we were going to such a dangerous place, using the astrolabe would cause a huge fluctuation in the void. It would be easy for the people of the underworld to detect us. That's why I decided to run here myself. Is that so? Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and laughed foolishly. I think so. The Empyrean gods of origin from the gods' world and the ancient imperial realm had a mental breakdown. Was this guy really as strong as he looked? They were going to the most dangerous place in the entire void. Would they die if they ran there like this? Alright. Bear with it for a while longer. We couldn't do anything about it. He reached out and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. We're almost there. This ancient void. I can already sense that unsettling aura. It's coming from very far away. There's also the aftermath of the destruction of the world light orbs nearby. We're very close to the battle point. A Empyrean god of the ancient imperial family looked at the void calmly. We sent people to investigate this place a few days ago. If nothing unexpected happens, we can reach the place in 5 minutes if we maintain this speed. At that time, the furthest place we investigated was blocked by the Empyrean gods of billions of worlds. I'm sure the underworld won't be able to advance too quickly. Unfortunately, in another minute, we'll directly crash into the battle zone. There's a large-scale destructive power surging in the void. A cold and solemn voice rang out in everyone's mind. Everyone was stunned. When they turned around, they saw that the lazy guy had suddenly become serious. Although he still felt lazy, he now seemed to be in a fully armed state. Only then did the atmosphere become a little tense. Because of his lazy appearance, they couldn't feel nervous at all. "We're very close." Hui also waved his hand. "Be careful. Phone can't be wrong." Yun Nuoxing raised her hand and stopped. Everyone hurriedly stopped as well. "What's wrong?" He sniffled and suddenly looked at the void beside him. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled it open. The void fell off with a wave of his hand. The scene that was revealed made everyone's faces turn pale. "Ha! Interesting." Hui sighed helplessly. "We're still one step too late." Chapter 1170. It was as if a curtain had been gently lifted in the void. Bits and pieces of shattered starlight were squeezed out from within, illuminating the nearby void. The pure black was fading into a faint purple. Complex energy waves casually streaked across the void, causing weak ripples to appear. What appeared in the dark void was a dense cluster of light. Thousands and thousands of meters wide clusters of light were messily piled up here. The shattered fragments of light orbited around the main body like planet. A strange, gigantic body that was tens of thousands of meters tall was lying in the middle of the cluster of light. It was also surrounded by many other bodies that were overflowing with energy. There were tens of millions of them. Whether it was the lives that had died in battle or the shattered world clusters of light, all of them had been destroyed and covered by a layer of void. It was like a grave that stood tall in the void. No one would come to pay their respects to it. It would only gradually disappear and be destroyed under the merciless erosion of the void. That giant, I think he was. Who was he? I can't remember. He came to the realm of the gods once, stayed for a month, and then left. Yun Nuoxing softly said as she looked at the gigantic body that lay across the void. Then what realm was he at? Hui was a little surprised. However, he was not surprised that Yun Nuoxing knew about the people who came to the realm of the gods. This guy liked to lie in the clouds and look down on the realm of the gods whenever he had nothing to do. It was not strange that he knew something like this. He was also Origin, but he was only at the early stage. Third stage. As for what revolution he was at, I'm not sure. Third stage of Origin. Even someone of that level died here. Hui frowned slightly. It seems that we have to re-evaluate the underworld's power. They have not shown any signs of exhaustion since the beginning of this era. They have destroyed countless worlds. We have all underestimated the underworld's power. Even the realm of the gods alone may not be able to deal with them. If necessary, perhaps joining forces with the Saint Spirit realm and the Longwall realm would be a good choice. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said lazily, "There are heavenly gods of that level in the netherworld. If they join forces, I'm afraid, that level." "Are you talking about the primeval god of Origin?" Huey's face darkened when he heard that. He did not ask Maple how he knew. Anyway, it was not strange for him to know anything. He just took what Maple said as the truth. This is troublesome. Since the last era, the realm of the gods. No, the 3 realms. No, the 8 elements realm, there are no more primeval gods of Origin. The 2 of us have a chance to join the ranks of the primeval gods, but it will take an endless amount of time. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She carefully sensed her own condition, and only then did she realize, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, that she was an Empyrean god of Origin back in the Age of Darkness. That made sense. She was the guardian of the entire god realm, and an observer of the same level. If she wasn't an Empyrean god of Origin, how could she drag out a group of Empyrean gods? The Dark Age. Oh, what happened at the beginning of this era? I don't remember, Yun Nuoxing said. As he spoke, he yawned, making him very sleepy. The Dark Age? That fits the current situation of this era. The underworld invaded from the depths of the void, intending to destroy the entire void. Millions of gods died, billions of worlds were destroyed, and there was no place in the void that was safe. Isn't that the Dark Age? An Empyrean god of origin of the ancient royal family sighed, and shook his head. We don't know much about the beginning of this era, but if there's anything worth mentioning, there is one thing. He organized his words. The Empyrean god of origin of my clan once recorded that at the beginning of the 41st era, there was an explosion of extremely powerful energy in the depths of the void. The energy fluctuations were very similar to the energy fluctuations of the abyssal death mist. Yun Nuashing said, that was probably the energy released by the primeval god of the underworld. It left a huge scar in the void. As far as I know, the abyssal death mist appeared in the void maze. Cough. The void also appeared in the 41st era. So, I think that the wound at that time was caused by the energy released by the primeval god of the underworld doing something. After that, because some purpose was achieved, the primeval god of the underworld released the abyssal death mist to begin the next phase of his plan, which is to destroy the 8 elements realm from the depths of the void. Is there a problem with this guess? He looked at everyone and asked. We listened for a moment. Aside from the fact that the timing is not completely certain, it is generally plausible. Feng, continue. That's it. There's nothing else. Yun Nuashing shook his head. I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. But to be honest, this information is not essential. We understood what he meant and nodded. Indeed, this information was of no help to the current situation. It did not matter if they knew the source or what the underworld was. At this moment, they probably needed to deal with that thing instead of studying it. This matter. Although I want to say that we need to think about it in the long run, we may not have much time left. It's already the 51st era, and the underworld has been fighting for 10 eras. They have almost wiped out the largest and most spacious lower planes. Some places in the middle planes have already suffered heavy damage. If we let it go, it will attack the god realm sooner or later. A heavenly god of the god realm said with a serious expression. We have to go to the Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm. This is not a groundless fear. What do you all think? Agreed. Agreed. The sooner we do this, the better. It will be too late to react by the time they reach our doorstep. Hui nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a transparent black energy film covered the surrounding void. He was stunned for a moment and looked at Yun Nuashing. Feng? Shoo! Something is coming. Yun Nuashing said softly and gently pointed at the burial ground of the world orbs in the distance. Everyone's expression turned serious. They hurriedly retracted their presence and lowered their life force to the lowest level. Don't be nervous. They can't see us through my barrier. Yun Nuashing sensed everyone's movements and waved his hand to signal them to relax. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the place where Yun Nua planet was pointing at. The void trembled slightly as if a huge object was emerging. Not long after, a huge body appeared in the void. It was about 100,000 feet in size, and its entire body was flickering with flickering dark light. It looked very much like a human. The body of a human was similar to the head of a human and some kind of monster. However, its lower limbs were like some kind of strange beast. 8 strange limbs protruded from its back like spider legs. They swayed in the void, and the world light balls that were swept by it were all cut in half. The speed of disintegration in the void was much faster. Hiss, there was no such thing as sound in the void. However, its power should have reached a certain level. It could directly affect the void and transmit sound. Yun Nuashing and the others heard it, but it was just like a wild beast's roar. They couldn't hear any information at all. The huge creature stretched out its hands and made a hugging gesture. The void around it suddenly collapsed, covering the billions of world orbs and countless corpses in the void. After doing this, it suddenly turned its head and looked in all directions as if it was looking for something. However, it didn't find anything. It made a few strange sounds with unknown meanings. It wandered here for a while and looked at the empty void. After a while, it stepped into the depths of the void and disappeared. It was walking in the direction of the middle plane. After a few minutes, the void rippled slightly. Yun Nuoxing, Hui, and the others appeared from the void. They looked in the direction where the huge monster disappeared and looked at each other. Lord Hui, aren't we going to stop it? Hui thought for a while and didn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said, "No, this is already Yan, a place within the battle line. That big guy also has some energy reserve. If we want to kill it, we'll have to yawn, a big commotion. Yes, I'm tired. If we act rashly, we'll attract the underworld army from other places." Everyone felt uncomfortable. Affected by his yawn, a few people couldn't help but yawn. Their jaws were almost dislocated. Hui nodded and said, "This time, we're only here to investigate. We're not going to fight head-on. If a battle breaks out, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. Now, we have to find some worlds that we can fight head-on. We have to understand the current situation before we act." Phone? He looked at Yun Nuoxing, who had been staring at the void thoughtfully, and said, "What's wrong? Is there something that's worth worrying about?" Yun Nuoxing pointed at the void that had been covered again and said, "Why do you think that big guy sealed this place again?" "That place." The eyes of the ancient royal family's god flashed. "Is there something special about it? Or is there something that's worth it, the underworld's attention? I don't know. I'm just suggesting such a possibility." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and yawned again before she spoke, making everyone feel uncomfortable. "That big guy is just a void. Abyssal death mist derivative. Maybe it's specially made. It's comparable to a peak heavenly god. This kind of creature would be considered a first-class combat force in the front lines. Sending it out to guard this place, unless they really have too many combat forces. Well, according to the characteristics of the abyssal death mist, it's possible that they sent out a peak heavenly god because they have too many combat forces." Characteristics. Everyone was stunned. You've touched on the characteristics of the abyssal death mist? You don't know. This time, Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. After all, the Dark Age was also the time when the abyssal death mist erupted. They had been fighting for 10 eras. Oh, they had been destroyed for 10 eras. They should know something, right? Hui laughed bitterly. "Feng, we've touched the abyssal death mist before, but we have no way to understand it. Until now, we can't rule out the possibility that some of the infinite worlds have understood it, but we—" He laughed self-deprecatingly. "Why would we spend so much effort to understand it when we're in a high position without much sense of danger? But now, we have no choice but to understand it. I think this abyssal death mist is much more dangerous than we thought. If we don't deal with it, we can't deal with it." Yun Nuoxing looked up at everyone and shook her head. "There's no way to deal with it. This abyssal death mist is so powerful that even the people of the underworld would be heavily injured if they touch it. Its power is very distorted and full of destructive power. It's a distorted power that could devour the light of an entire world. It's as if some kind of virus had invaded the hole that was exposed when the world was born. Speaking of which..." Hui suddenly looked up at him. "Feng, you shouldn't use that power of yours." Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. It took him a while to react. He had subconsciously used the power of the element of chaos, and it turned out that he really did use it. And from the looks of it, Hui also knew that he had that power. The element of chaos had always been there? Hui could not help but shake his head when he saw Yun Nuoxing's stunned look. "You've told me that this element of annihilation is very similar to the distorted power of the world's error. You can still suppress it now and not let it backfire on you, but it's hard to say if you use it for a long time. I saw that when you retracted your power, you retracted all the distorted things around you. The element of annihilation corrupted that part of the void. When you retracted it, you tore off a small part of the void and retracted it. Yun Nuoshing blinked blankly and sensed himself again. A long-lost feeling rose from his heart. It was the feeling of the human race, the taste of the human race. Even if the heavenly gods were no longer in the category of material life, at least they still had a human heart. The element of chaos would distort everything, but he did not feel the slightest trace of being distorted by the element of chaos. The same power, the same distorted energy. Although he called it the element of chaos in the ancient times and the element of annihilation in this world, the two were absolutely the same. This could be seen from the reaction of the element of chaos when he subconsciously used this power. In other words, as the Empyrean god of origin, Feng Ling also has this power, but he was not corrupted by this chaotic destructive power. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself in his heart and sighed. He looked up and saw Huey's worried gaze and replied lazily, "Ha, don't worry, there's no problem." Compared to this, before he could pursue the matter, Yun Nuoshing quickly changed the topic. "Don't you think we should take a look inside? Let's see why they're covering up this void. Let's see if there's anything special in there that would make the people of the underworld send out some of their people to manage this place when they're engaged in an endless war." Yun Nuoshing grinned faintly. "Well, I know you want to know the characteristics of the abyssal death mist. Let's talk about it slowly." Everyone nodded and followed Yun Nuoshing and Hui as they flew into the void. The abyssal death mist is not energy, nor is it a phenomenon caused by anything. It's more like a defect in the process of the birth of a world, a strange phenomenon formed by gathering all the defects of the world in the entire void. It's a distorted body, a chaotic body, and has the power to distort everything. Time, space, and the void. Well, that's what I think for now. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, he carefully drilled a small hole in the void curtain. He turned around and looked at the depths of the void in the distance. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to hurry over. When everyone had entered, he turned around and drilled in. He closed the curtain and led the way forward. Born directly in the void, its position on the world stairway is almost equal to the void and the primordial realm. It can directly threaten pinnacle heavenly gods, but I don't know how it will affect the Empyrean god of origin. It has the power of infection. Wherever it spreads, it can devour and infect all energy and all matter, converting them into a part of itself. Then, that part of energy will become itself, becoming the same part as it continues to expand and expand. According to the information I know, the abyssal death mist can hurt the people of the underworld themselves. But it seems that information is not complete. It won't cause any distortion or damage to the abyssal death mist spawns, the mutated and gigantified forms that are born from the death mist. When those spawns gather together, they would become a tide of darkness, and when they gather together, the power of the abyssal death mist would become stronger and more difficult to deal with. They would self-divide and multiply endlessly, and it would only be a matter of time before they split into an army of darkness that would fill an entire world. Everyone carefully circled around the shattered world of light. There were still living things inside, but they were all twisted living things. They were the tide of darkness. The tide of darkness that filled up the entire world of light was just like what he said. After some time, it would devour the energy here and continue to multiply. The abyssal death mist is more like a product of distortion, a product of the world's error. From the fact that it can harm the people of the underworld, the latter should also be a life form of order that was born in normal order, which is why they could not touch the abyssal death mist. There is also another point that the abyssal death mist could be a split body of some important person, with that powerful being acting as a spare part, borrowing the endless energy of the void and the power of that spare part to create an army of darkness without limit. A cheap trick. We frowned. Such a cheap trick could easily create an army that could sweep through an entire world without sacrificing a single soldier, but wouldn't that make them invincible? When the abyssal death mist and the army of darkness flatten half of the void, who would be a match for the underworld. And there are also powerful beings of that level. I don't know, my information can't be wrong. It should be. Even if there are some discrepancies, they are all misconceptions about the abyssal death mist. The underworld definitely has one primeval heavenly god, or even 2 or 3. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. Who in this world can match him? The ancient imperial family heavenly gods sighed and shook their heads. The primeval heavenly god. Haha, that supreme realm, comparable to the realm of the great heavenly gods of origin, who in this world can match him? Have the great heavenly gods all passed away forever? More than 10 eras have passed, but we still can't hear anything from that place. One of the heavenly gods of origin sighed with a gloomy expression. That place? Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes slightly. Where was that place? He felt that there should be something in there, but he couldn't say it out loud. Seeing that they didn't want to say anything, he couldn't mention it even more. This should be a place that many people knew about. Where was that place? Yon. The great heavenly god of origin. I also want to go to that place, to take a look. Yun Nuashing yawned and said in a daze. Feng, you're sleepy again. Don't think about these things. That place has already been buried in the endless void storm. The eternal void storm is still far, far, far away in the depths of the void. The indestructible god destruction storm can even kill the 2 of us. That's the indestructible trace left behind by that battle, and it's also the only evidence. Hui patted his shoulder and said. The corners of Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. Place that could even kill the heavenly god of origin. He rubbed his eyes and grinned. I'm just yawning saying it. Let's go back to sleep. I'm so tired. Feng, you just brought us in here and said that there might be something here. Why do you want to leave now? Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuashing shook her head in a daze and pointed forward. Go to that half-shattered world of light in the deepest part there, yon the other places, have already become the breeding grounds of the abyssal death mist manifestation. Only that place still has a little, yon, life force. Carry me there. I really don't want to move. Yun Nuashing stuck her head on his back and hung her hands around Hui's neck. Hui couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy, doing this kind of action with a girl's face is very easy to misunderstand. Hey, those people's gazes are already somewhat strange. Those red and green. What's the meaning of those purple and green gazes? We're really serious. Feng, come down. Gulp, everyone. Hee, we understand, we all understand. We didn't see anything. Hui's face collapsed, and he almost burst into tears. Chapter 1171. Countless transparent shards floated in the dark void of eternal silence. They looked like pieces of debris peeled off from a huge mirror, covering the entire dark space. A strange giant body lay in the middle of the void like a star, surrounded by countless planets orbiting around it. The surging black energy added an even more bizarre element to the scene. This place has completely become a breeding ground for the abyssal death mist. Along the way, they saw countless chaotic and strange creatures in the countless world fragments. The black abyssal death mist was constantly eating away at the void and all the energy in this area, including the corpse of the heavenly origin god. It was captured by the abyssal death mist and turned into nourishment before it could dissipate. That battle might have ended so quickly that even the heavenly origin god could not control whether or not it dissipated. The one who attacked must have been insanely powerful. In the eyes of the heavenly origin gods, that was insanely powerful. The abyssal death mist filled this void. This void was completely isolated from the outside world, and it had become an excellent breeding ground for the abyssal death mist to proliferate without limit. Things that were incomparably dangerous to heavenly gods were everywhere in this void. Any abyssal death mist erupting from a shattered world could fill this void. However, they weren't too worried. The heavenly origin god could still withstand the abyssal death mist. Even if it was completely submerged in the abyssal death mist, it would still be able to hold on for a period of time. Due to the abyssal death mist's obstruction, the laws and various elements were distorted. The group of heavenly origin gods carefully swept through the tombs of the world fragments, avoiding the abyssal death mist that they encountered along the way. After a while, they arrived at the place that Yun Nuoxing pointed out. It was also a world fragment, but it was relatively special. It was a world fragment that had been cut in half. The two halves of the world fragment had collapsed into the shape of an awl, and only the tip of the awl showed signs of being connected to each other. Is that it? Unbelievable. This world fragment has already become like this, but I can still sense that it exists. Everything about it is normal. Even if it is contaminated by the abyssal death mist, its true form is still normal. We looked at the distorted world of light that looked like two awls connected together. The influence of the abyssal death mist on this world is too extreme. The world has become distorted like this. Maple, we're here. Do you want to go in? Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes and climbed down from Hui's body. He looked at the world of light and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, I see. It's another little secret about the underworld. Feng, what did you find? Yun Nuoxing only came back to her senses after a long time. She retracted her gaze and said, Look carefully. In the middle of the two awls there seems to be a place where a broken lotus root is still connected. They could not see very clearly because of the abyssal death mist, but they could vaguely see that something was not right. There was a vague outline and a colorful border that looked like surging energy radiance. Amidst the rolling abyssal death mist, they could still vaguely see the inside of the world fragment. Following the flowing energy radiance, they found that the flow of the two world fragments was actually not the same. The one on the left was faster, while the one on the right was slower. It was obvious that those were two world orbs. Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. The two world orbs had somehow collided into each other to become what they were seeing now. It was twisted and strange, very inconceivable. Looking closely at the connection between the two world orbs, one could see a black dot. It was just a dot, black, and it had merged with the pure black background of the void. However, they could still feel that it was a black dot. It seemed to be slowly devouring the energy of the two world orbs. It also seemed to be acting as a transfer station, constantly exchanging the energy of the two world orbs. But no matter what, that thing did not look normal. Can you all feel it? Yun Nuoxing pointed with her chin at the world fragment on the right where the energy flow was slow. That is the presence of energy when the void was first born. It is the starlight when the void was first born. That world had already existed when this era was revived, and had existed for more than a dozen eras. It was then taken away from its original place by the people of the underworld, and became the core of the abyssal death mist. This entire space is under its control. It is constantly devouring the energy of the void, constantly distorting the void and creating abyssal death mist spawns. This is the first place where it was created. We are actually standing in the middle of the Dark Army, surrounded by billions of dark armies. The world fragment from when the void was first born? One of the Empyrean gods was a little shocked. That has long surpassed the normal age of a world fragment and should have been destroyed in the void. How could it survive for so long? And it's hard to say. Perhaps the abyssal death mist's creation method is a little special. It requires some special place, some special transformation, and so on. Think about it, a world fragment that contains information from more than a dozen eras. How many things would it carry? If all those things were not destroyed, what special things would be born? Yun Nuoxing said calmly. She used the Book of Epochs to glance at that world and narrowed her eyes. When I first entered this void, I sensed that something was not right. There was a lot of energy. Energy veins filled this void, densely connected from the edges to the depth. They are the two world fragments in front of us. They are the places that have been most seriously eroded by the abyssal death mist. They were originally two worlds that were very far away from each other, but they were captured by the underworld and used as the core of their control. The most amazing thing is that there are still lives left in these two world fragments. It was unimaginable. It was completely beyond everyone's expectations. They had thought that they would find some weak point of the underworld in this sealed space, but they had never thought that they would run into a place where the abyssal death mist was constantly devouring and expanding. In this small void, who knew how many worlds and broken worlds had been thrown in, captured by the abyssal death mist, and finally transformed into things with great destructive power. This place was no more than a place of intensive processing. "Feng, you said that there are still living people up there?" Hui asked softly. "Inconceivable, isn't it? The two-world luminous clusters that are the core of the entire abyssal death shroud still have life. In a place of distortion within distortion, the abyssal death shroud had distorted itself to create such a preposterous scene." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand, and a few images appeared in front of them. "This is what I found when I looked inside. It's the world on the right. I found a more well, I can't say for sure. I just randomly found a world. You can see for yourselves." The clear image projected by the observer's eye in the void allowed everyone to see what was happening inside. In the instant that they saw it, everyone was stunned, and even Hui could not help but gasp. In that image there was a colossal black sphere. It was pure black and blended into the background of the dark galaxy. It was so huge that it could swallow tens of billions of suns, like a black hole in the galaxy. However, everyone knew that the black hole was the point between the two world fragments, the center of the abyssal death mist. It was a condensation of the abyssal death mist that was so condensed that it was distorted. At the outer edge of the black hole, there was a huge galaxy hanging in the galaxy. With everyone's eyesight, they could naturally see that the world was slowly sliding towards the black hole. But miraculously, those energies and infinite matter would return to the interior of the world fragments when they passed through the black hole. What really fell into the world fragments was just a tiny part of the entire world fragment. That galaxy hanging beside the abyssal black hole did not turn into a cold world. Instead, it appeared to be brimming with life, with emerald lands and blue seas on some planet. The sky was clear and clean, with sunlight shining through. There was a dark cavern in the sky that occupied 60% of the sky. Distorted starlight was evenly spread in the dark cavern, turning into long slanted luminous streaks. It was mutated starlight, and everyone who lived in that galaxy was already used to it. No one thought that it was an abnormal phenomenon, but common sense, a celestial phenomenon that existed when the world was born. However, it was a distorted celestial phenomenon. The entire star system of the world's luminous cluster was falling towards the abyssal black hole in a distorted pattern, streaking past it at high speed without causing any damage. It would only devour energy and the void, and would not cause any direct damage to the world on the other side. It was the result of a certain power and was being pulled by a certain power, which was why the matter of that world was not in danger of falling into the abyssal black hole. There were some planets that were closer to that world, but the people living there did not feel any sense of impending doom. Some of the images suddenly became chaotic. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand in an attempt to restore them to normal, but it was to no avail. She could only wave her hand to make them disappear. When we approached that dark cavern, we encountered a mysterious energy distortion that blocked our vision. We could not see what was going on there. Hui raised his hand and stroked his chin. In the last flash, I seemed to see a planet, and it was not so peaceful. We could even see people gesticulating and talking about that black hole in the sky in the distant galaxy. No one knows the true form of that thing. The ignorant would naturally be fearless, and we would probably be in trouble if we touched that thing. One of the heavenly gods of origin said, "There are abyssal death mist spawns on that planet and there are signs of battle." Yun Nuoxing said, Hui exclaimed in surprise. "There are abyssal death mist spawns there. A world that was born in the early days of the void actually had the power to resist that monster? How could such weak rules withstand a disaster of that level? In the end, it would be stranger if that world had life. That's right. Yun Nuashing nodded. Logically speaking, it would be impossible. The laws of a world that was born in the early days of the void were not even a millionth of the upper planes, and the limit was to give birth to God-class champions. He glanced at Hui and said flatly, "But that is normal, isn't it? The world before our eyes is not normal. What is normal in the heart of the abyssal death shroud, a place of destruction and distortion?" "Then, you mean that this world has been distorted by the abyssal death mist?" One of the heavenly gods of origin exclaimed in shock. "Impossible, right? The abyssal death mist. We saw it destroy billions of worlds. How could it be?" Yun Nuashing grinned strangely. "Why not? The abyssal death mist has the power to distort everything, but how it distorts is not fixed. Who said that it would distort and mutate in the worst way? If that is the case, why would those abyssal death mist spawns be so powerful? Could it be that they were all distorted by more powerful individuals? From strong to weak? Only fools would do that." Yun Nuashing turned to look at the two worlds. "The abyssal death mist has distorted the laws there. It is an uncontrollable result and they cannot control it. They are not aware of it, and no one in the underworld would be so bored as to look at a place that has been turned into the core of a place of creation. That is why such a bizarre scene exists here, and such powerful beings exist in the depths of the distortion. We all thought that the abyssal death mist was a destroyer, and that what it unleashed was immeasurably powerful destruction and destruction. But who would have thought that it could create a miracle here? I know that distortion is uncertain, but to be honest, I never thought that the abyssal death mist could have such a beneficial distortion? Or is it something else?" Hui had also just recovered from his stupor. He grinned. "All right, we have a new discovery, but it may not be pleasant. To be honest, the situation of that world is a little bad, don't you think? Feng, wouldn't the underworld know if we make a big fuss here?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him, and immediately understood what he wanted to do. She thought about it carefully and shook her head. "It has been a dozen eras, and countless changes have happened to this distorted and bizarre world. No one has ever looked here, and who would make a big fuss over the sound of a component? If you want to make a move, you would probably yawn." Everyone's cheeks twitched. They thought that Feng Luo would not do that, but he turned around and yawned. They could not help but yawn. "It's safe. 80% chance means that there is no danger." Yun Nuashing grimaced. "Then let's go in and take a look." Hui waved his hand. It was a bold decision, and everyone was shocked. Yun Nuashing shrugged nonchalantly. She already knew Hui's decision when she asked that question. She looked at everyone. "There is no danger in that place. Only the spawns have some combat ability, and the death mist won't do anything to them. And I am also a little interested in that place, Yan. A world that can be distorted into normal by the abyssal death mist. Don't you think that's interesting?" Hui sighed. "Only you would think that it's interesting. Then what are you going in for?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "Well, I want to go in and take a look. I want to save the people there from the abyss of suffering." Hui grinned and laughed foolishly. "You won't believe me if I say that. All right, I am also very interested in the normal there. I want to go in and take a look. Is that okay? Then let's go." Then, the group was dragged by the two irresponsible fellows to the world of light. Although they protested weakly and struggled on the way, how could they resist the two fellows who were in a rush? In just a short while, they were dragged into the world of light. Then, Yun Nuashing's senses suddenly became extremely weak, as if he had sunk into a dream. His whole body was light as a feather. It was as if tiredness had swept through his mind, causing him to be in a daze. A dream within a dream, what kind of situation was this? He did not have time to think. His consciousness became a little blurry, and his thinking slowed down. "Hey, I can't find the way back. Can you bring me back? I want to go back to that place." The weak voice seemed to be the voice of a dream. It was not clear whether it was reality or a dream. It was like waking up in the morning but still having a dream. It seemed to be from the side of the ear, but also from the dream. He responded in a daze. "Where do you want to go?" Where do you want to go?" Yun Nuashing was still in a daze. He answered almost subconsciously, "Who are you?" Who? Like an echo, his voice was captured by the void and then transmitted back to his consciousness. If there was really something in the void, he would not be surprised if something responded to him. What the hell? What else was there in this place other than the death abyss mist? Could it be that he could communicate with that thing? Why was he shivering uncontrollably? Goosebumps were rising all over his body. The void was limitless and boundless. His consciousness was immersed in the swamp and passively spread out infinitely. It sank into the swamp and sank to the bottom of the void. It came in contact with indescribable and unimaginable information. His consciousness crossed the layer of laws and went to the end. What did he encounter? He did not know. It was as if he was in a dream. He did not feel anything. His body did not feel anything. The voice did not respond. He was still in that half-awake state. He could not control himself and could not move. In this boundless and chaotic void, everything became blank and empty. Everything returned to nothingness. Even the void did not exist. Naturally, there was no death abyss mist. There was only a breath of emptiness floating in this place. Nothing could be felt. The heavenly origin God's consciousness was immersed in this place, but he could not touch anything. All he could see was strange red and green gases. His senses almost covered the entire void. It was absolute nothingness and absolute infinity. He seemed to have become the ruler of the layer of nothingness under the void, feeling everything in this void. "Who are you?" Before Yun Nuashing felt that his consciousness was about to collapse, he finally caught onto something. There was a response from the void. It was as if he had caught the last piece of driftwood. He hugged it tightly. Following that, he felt as if he was being pulled by something. Phone. He clearly recognized that it was a voice that came from beside his ear. It was also telling him that his consciousness was returning to the surface from the land of infinite darkness and nothingness. He opened his eyes and saw a familiar face in front of him. It appeared very bright even in this dark land. And seeing that he opened his eyes, the sunny face showed an expression of relief. "You've come back to your senses? Are you too tired? You rarely come out of the realm of the gods for such a long time. Do you want to rest?" Hui said softly as he supported him. He waved his hand at the others to indicate that he was fine. Yun Nuashing looked at him in a daze. His consciousness was a little confused and his mind was not very clear. "What?" It was a strange voice. He probably wanted to express that he was still a little confused. Hui patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's rest for a while. At the same time, we can search around this strange place. There's no rush." Looking around, there was a huge pure black area in front of him. He could recognize that it was the black hole of the abyss. They had entered it and had reached their destination. He was confused and lost some memories. He shook his head blankly. When he recalled that voice, he was even more confused. There might be something here. Something that had deviated from his interests. Perhaps it was not something good. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and pulled himself together. Then, he sat down lazily and said, "Well, I'm a little tired. I'll rest for a while." He felt that he had to quickly pick up his brain. He could still pretend to be dizzy for a while. After a while, he would be noticed. Chapter 1172. Here, there was only the deepest deathly stillness. The darkness extended endlessly, and there was nothing there. It was quieter than death, more distant than reincarnation. It was the deepest and darkest place, the cornerstone of the world. There was no specific description or specific information. There was nothing there, and it was difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. It had been like this since time immemorial. Perhaps the first person to discover it in this world had seen through its essence, and thus gave it the name void. Just like its name, there was only boundless emptiness. Common sense had disappeared, and everything became illusory. Everything that one knew had no meaning here, and it was not something that ordinary people could understand. Here, everything had become extreme. There was nothing there, and nothing existed, but there was endless energy. The sea of rules was a description of its characteristic. Information that the world could know, and everything that ordinary people could not understand floated in this chaotic and endless ocean. It existed everywhere, and was the foundation that countless worlds relied on for survival. If one had enough strength and courage, one could even obtain everything in this sea of nothingness. However, because it was the cornerstone of cornerstones, any world and life that depended on it for survival could not completely understand it, unable to recognize its essence, until the day one transcended everything, when one stood above it, only then could one completely grasp it. However, it was also extremely fragile. Compared to those superior life forms, its defensive power was close to zero. Just a little bit of force could poke a hole in it, and it would revert to complete nothingness until it no longer existed. This was the void, a realm of eternal darkness. There was no law or heaven. Here, space, time, and rules were all meaningless. When Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes and saw the eternal darkness, he knew that it was most likely something bad. He opened his eyes in a daze, and almost fainted when he saw the darkness before him. Then, what's the situation right now? He vaguely remembered that he had already entered that world half a second ago. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, his consciousness became hazy again, as if the trigger was to close his eyes, or the moment he relaxed. Earlier, Hui woke me up, so now that he was taking a nap, who knew when he would wake up again? He might be trapped in this pitch-black void without anyone knowing. Darkness, lonely darkness, and even a little cold. This was a false feeling. People always liked to link black and cold as a linked consciousness, and when they saw black, they would feel cold and shiver all over. However, in the real void, there was no such thing as temperature. Their senses were completely sealed within their bodies, and there was no way to feel anything. The cold was just a false message sent to them by the brain. There were many similar cases, and these false senses were often worlds apart from reality. Hey, is anyone there? If you're not human, at least make a sound. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and shouted at the void. This was what he felt. In fact, he was transmitting this message to the entire void with his thoughts. If this thought was strong enough to not be devoured by the void, then it could really be transmitted throughout the void. No one responded. It was a matter of course, just like the voice just now. He did not know what was going on with that voice, or how it had lured him into this void, and even made him accidentally rush in when he was taking a nap. It was simply, he did not know what to say. He looked at the void in boredom, and his mind was in a mess. Lying in the sea of void and looking at this endless realm, he quite liked doing this kind of thing. He could completely empty his mind and not think about anything. He had plenty of opportunities to think about many things, such as life. Well, his life was a mess of twine. He lived in segments, and each segment was almost independent and could not be connected at all. This was the first time he felt that someone's life could be described as segments. Feng Ling was a little lazy. Even he felt that way. The reason why he emphasized that he was Feng Ling and not his past self was purely because he wanted to draw a clear line between them. He could not accept that this guy, who was lazy to the bone and spoke with the aura of a terminal laziness cancer, was his past. He did not know how many lifetimes he had lived. In fact, he was just avoiding it. Whether he recognized it or not, those memories were all real. They were real enough to make his soul tremble. He knew with 100% certainty that Feng Ling was himself, and there was no use in avoiding it. So sometimes he also felt that it was very strange. Those who came back from reincarnation with their own faces, own souls, and even own powers would shout that they did not believe in reincarnation, that they were themselves, and that they were themselves. This kind of evasive talk sounded very funny. In this world, reincarnation was the only topic that could not be avoided, unless one's soul was broken into 8 realms and completely buried. Those real memories, real emotions, and everything else flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. How could he avoid it all? Reincarnation was not a topic that could be avoided just because one believed in it or not. Well, he had gone a little too far. Staying in the void always made his mind go wild. Even the heavens did not know what he was thinking after sitting here for a year. Yun Nuoshing slowly stood up and confirmed that he had indeed been pulled into this state of wandering in the void by some unknown thing. He could not think of any problem after thinking about it for a long time, so he began to wander aimlessly in this endless ocean. His consciousness floated here and there. Since he was already here, he would just take things as they came. Why should he think too much about it? Since that strange thing had pulled him in, there must be a reason. Just like those voices that he had heard in a daze just now. Anyway, they were all strange words that did not follow up. Just listening to them made his stomach cramp. Damn it, he hated things that did not finish halfway. Did they know what drove people with obsessive-compulsive disorder to death? Oh! A low sound came from Yun Nuoshing's throat. He vaguely remembered that he was in the most dangerous place in the world. At any time, he could trigger a scenario where he would fight with someone until the void collapsed. However, he was still wandering here leisurely. If it were him in the future, he would probably have already finished wandering around this void. There was nothing he could do about it. He was just too calm. Even if it was not Feng Ling, if it was Xian Yu or Yun Nuoshing, they would still be leisurely wandering around. They did not feel pressured at all. Who are you? Where are you? That voice suddenly sounded again. It sounded directly from his mind. It was a voice that did not have any characteristic. He could not distinguish it at all. It was more like a thought that suddenly popped up in his mind. Other than letting him know that this was transmitted into his mind by something, he could not feel anything else. Yun Nuoshing stopped in his tracks and looked at the empty and dark void. It was really empty. He could not see the light of the world. Speaking of which, he had entered this state in the void. Could it be that he had run into the depths of the void? He calmed himself down and allowed his soul to awaken. Faint soul power surged into the void and spread towards the boundless darkness. The feedback he received was an almost eternal silence. Emptiness and darkness. Nothing existed. He couldn't find the source of that voice. Where are you? I can't find you. The voice sounded again. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. He knew that he had to continue immediately. Otherwise, there would be nothing else to say. Where are you? Who are you? Where? Who? The voice immediately responded. However, it gave Yun Nuoshing a huge headache. However, he understood one thing. The person who responded might be in a muddle-headed state. Perhaps there was something else. Who knew? Where are you? Tell me. I will go and find you. Yun Nuoshing repeated patiently. Where am I? I am right here. You come and find me? Yun Nuoshing tried to use the Book of Epochs to search. Miraculously, the Book of Epochs had a reaction. It had captured the location of the voice, or at least the direction it came from, or something else. However, the other situation was, it could not tell. The feedback that Yun Nuoshing received was the difference between infinity and infinity. In other words, perhaps the person who spoke did not exist at all. This was the second answer that the Book of Epochs had obtained. The voice was his own thoughts. All right, he felt that this answer was rather frightening. He was very sure that this was definitely not a strange consciousness that he had developed in his sleep. He was 100% sure that something in the depths of the void was calling out to him. There was no point in dwelling on this now. The Book of Epochs would occasionally make mistakes. He was already used to it. He had to maintain this connection before the voice disappeared forever. "Are you from the underworld?" After saying this, he was dumbfounded. He was not looking for it for anything. Instead, it was looking for him. He would just treat it as if it was trying to figure out how to get out of here. How should he put it? He was a little curious. Underworld. The voice repeated his words. After a long silence, just as Yun Nuashing could not help but call out to it, the voice rang out again. "I am not from the underworld. I want to go back. I should not be here. Hey, do you know that place? I want to go back there. That is where I should be. There are so many people. My friends, my family are all there. Can you bring me back?" Just like before, the voice did not have any head or tail. For the first time, Yun Nuashing felt a little dizzy. It was as if he had been fooled. He was so confused that he was about to shut himself up. "Where are you from? Eight Elements Realm? Saint Spirit Realm? Changyuan Realm? Or are you from the realm of the gods?" A large amount of information suddenly crashed into his mind, causing him to be stunned for a moment. He tried his best to seal off his soul, but he was unable to block this thought. He could feel that person had become abnormally agitated and extremely abnormal. It seemed that the change had occurred when he said the three words, "Realm of the Gods." "Stop, stop, stop. You are from the realm of the gods?" Yun Nuashing shouted loudly. Before he was suffocated by the thought, he quickly shouted, "I am also from the realm of the gods. I know that place. If you want to go back." The thought became even more restless. Something appeared in the corner of the chaotic thought. The intention that became clear in his mind almost made him faint. It was as if he was immersed in a boundless sea and was about to sink. Realm of the gods. No, not there. I want to go back there. Not the netherworld. Not the realm of the gods. There, the surge of thought ended with a sentence. Yun Nuashing hurriedly gasped for breath and patted his brain, which had almost turned into a pile of mush. It was low tide now. He had just broken free from the sea and almost drowned in it. After he sorted out the information, he felt his face turn black. He could not help but want to curse. Curse what? He did not know. He had not thought it through. Cursing and swearing was just to vent the inexplicable dissatisfaction in his heart. Yun Nuashing was brewing. Before he could say anything, he felt a strange feeling. It could be considered a feeling for the time being. It was as if he was wrapped in an aura. If the thought that hit his face just now was like falling into an ice-cold deep sea, then at this moment it was like soaking in a hot spring. It was warm and made him feel very relaxed. "Who are you?" "I." Yun Nuashing's mouth opened and closed a few times. He felt strangely at ease in his heart. "I am Feng Ling, Quarter Moon. Or you can call me Yun Nuashing." So familiar, so familiar. Who are you? Who are you? Who is it? Are you from the realm of the gods? Yun Nuashing hurriedly asked while it calmed down. Realm of the gods, so familiar. I am not. Where am I? Where are you, so familiar? You so familiar. It asked one question after another as if it was coaxing a child. Yun Nuashing felt like his brain was about to explode. He was now completely certain that the fellow in front of him was so muddle-headed that it could not remember anything at all. There was no way to communicate with it. However, the fellow's words still made his hair stand on end. What kind of situation was it in? Was it from the realm of the gods? It did not seem so. The situation was too complicated. Furthermore, if it was only the realm of the gods that had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him, he could still push the blame to the realm of the gods. After all, He was an observer who was entangled with the laws of heaven and earth of the realm of the god. It was normal for it to be able to sense the 18 million auras of the realm of the gods from his body. However, if he also had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it, then it did not make sense. However, this was something that really happened. It was true. He felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Furthermore, it did not originate from Feng Ling or Quarter Moon. This feeling originated from Yun Nuoxing. It originated from himself. It originated from this era, which was the 139th era. When he was born as Yun Nuoxing in this era, I'll remember you. I'll remember your words. The voice suddenly sounded. It seemed to be talking to itself again. I want to go back. Take me back. I'll go find the people you're familiar with. Just like how it suddenly sounded earlier, this voice disappeared abruptly as well. It muttered a bunch of nonsense to itself, leaving behind a brainless him and his fragmented thoughts before disappearing without a trace. What did it mean by coming to find him? What did it mean by taking him back? In the end, he did not even know what this fellow was or where it came from. It wanted him to go back to and at %yen. His brain seemed to have some unclear information just now. It was probably the influence of his thoughts. Anyway, he stood there in a daze and thought for a while. Suddenly, he slammed the table and confirmed that the person in front of him was definitely a fellow that was not fully awake. Oh right, it was not fully awake. Otherwise, why would it say those words that sounded like it was in a dream? It must be doing something strange in its half-awake state. It must be having a strange dream. Yun Nuoxing observed in the void for a while. After confirming that the voice had completely disappeared, a feeling of being able to control himself and return to his body appeared in his heart. He knew that it was about time to go back. When his consciousness slowly floated up from the endless deep darkness to the shallow layer, Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes again. What he saw was still a chaotic infinite darkness. It was exactly the same as what he had seen just now. However, the difference was that there were many people standing beside him. Hui sat beside him and observed the void with great interest. It seemed like he was still here. He thought that when he opened his eyes, he would directly return to the 139th era. He did not expect that he would still be here. It seemed like something very important had happened here. It wanted to tell him something. What do you want to tell me? He muttered to himself in his heart. It was what Quarter Moon and Yun Nuoxing asked Feng Ling. They were him. He must have left behind something very important. There was no response in his heart. If there was a response, it would be strange. He had a strange feeling that he would be lost in this space-time for quite some time. When he returned to the 139th era, the world might be turned upside down. The only thing he had to pray for now was that he would not see the world fragment lying in front of his door the moment he opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes again. Yun Nuoxing slowly sat up from his curled-up state. Hui noticed his movements and came over. Did you sleep well? Do you feel better? Yun Nuoxing yawned lazily. Everyone's faces twitched. Now, whenever they saw him yawn, their brains would itch. After yawning for a dozen or so seconds, Yun Nuoxing rubbed his eyes and looked around in a daze. When you were resting just now, we did a simple inspection of this world. Just as you said, everything is extremely chaotic. There are chaotic energies everywhere that have exceeded their time limit. The underlying laws are a mess, and the aging parts are almost blocking the flow of energy. However, it is still operating normally. The stars are normal, and they have even nurtured life. Everything is very inconceivable. It is a miracle that this world still exists. We have already deduced that it has been dead for more than 20 eras. One of the heavenly origin gods said, if we want to inspect this world, it is best to split up. Moreover, the balance here. To be honest, it is very strange. On the surface, it is so fragile that it cannot withstand a single blow. We can make it collapse with a casual move. However, when we tried to distort the laws just now, it did not affect this world in the slightest. Yun Nuashing finally woke up. He looked at the heavenly origin god who spoke and tilted his head in confusion. The heavenly origin god was about to break down. A silly smile appeared on Yun Nuashing's face, but he heaved an internal sigh. Abnormal? That was nonsense. There was no normal place in this world. Setting aside the fact that it had already been transformed into the core of the abyssal death mist, even that mysterious thing that had grabbed him for no reason just now, he was becoming more and more curious. He was just curious about this transformed world, but now let's go. Yun Nuashing stretched lazily. I have a strange feeling. If I can't find out what is wrong here, I won't even be able to sleep well. Hui faltered upon hearing this. Are you sure? All right. I won't be able to eat. It is impossible for me not to sleep. Yawn. Let's sleep a little longer, Hui and everyone else. This guy was completely hopeless. Chapter 1173. Yun Nua had lost contact with the Yun Nua planet right under their noses. The Guardian forces that had lost their highest commander did not panic. Firstly, the former had already arranged everything. Secondly, the consciousness of the barrier was in the Nine Deities' temple. It was almost treated as his clone. Although the consciousness of the barrier was a little cold, it could tell them a lot of things. For example, where the stars would land, where there might be loopholes in the combined barrier. Sometimes, even if they were told, they wouldn't have enough time to defend against it. Tens of millions of stars couldn't be crossed in a flash, and even if they swayed a few more times, they might not be able to cross it. Now it was just the peak of the star shower, and the extreme plane region had been completely abandoned. Only the border between the extreme plane region, the extreme plane region, the extreme plane region, and the divine land was left with a powerful joint defense barrier. The other regions had been completely scorched, and the earth had been scraped to an unknown depth. Some of the things that were buried deep underground were exposed to the surface. Some of them were very terrifying, but they didn't exist for long. When the new energy star, which was comparable to a god-level deity, swept past, everything in the world was burned to ashes. If it had been any other planet, not even a speck of dust would have been left behind. The combined barrier from the rear has been connected. Thanks for your help, buddy. The stars are in place, and I can see the colorful barrier sweeping past in front of me. I'm glad I'm still alive to talk to you. Now I can take a breather. The third line of defense in the Sourcepeak region has already confirmed that the sun has risen. Guys, dawn has arrived, we can rest for a while. Right now, there are still people rushing over from afar, they are probably all refugees. I saw the guys stationed in the Jade Immortal City. I hope that the extradition from other places will also go smoothly. This is the Royal Ridge we are observing from the edge of the star barrier. The strength of the barrier is beyond imagination, and it has just been strengthened by Tianxian and the others. I saw more than 20 suns crash into the barrier one after another, and it was undamaged. I think there will be no problem for the time being. Right now, the attacks of the constellations could only be described as violent collisions. 4 hours ago, the combined defensive barrier established by the defending forces was being pushed back bit by bit, defending and retreating at the same time. Even if they were bombarded with dust all over their faces and stabbed in the back by tens of thousands of blades, they could only flee pathetically without being able to fight back. The number of constellations that were crashing into the barrier directly numbered in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. In a short period of time, the defensive line of the Sourcepeak region had already retreated an astronomical distance from the center to the east, giving up almost a third of the region. In short, they were being pushed back bit by bit. Now, with the addition of the 40 divine weapons, they were finally able to recover. Hong. It's over here. F***CK, let's retreat quickly. The energy released by the sun is even. Wah wah wah. Our butts are on fire. Ihong's brow twitched when he heard the screams coming from his soul. He looked up at the boundless liquid sphere above his head. His body was not even a speck of dust compared to it, and the scorching light made him almost unable to open his eyes. This was one of the most important nodes in the starry barrier of the Sourcepeak domain, and the sun given to him was made of chaos elements. Anyway, he had goosebumps all over his body when he saw the sun. He had just been crushed by that energy not long ago, and now he was asked to control a highly concentrated amalgamation of that energy. What could he say? He was now traumatized by that dark sunlight, and he was almost crying and begging for his grandpa and grandma to help him. My side is also. Well, it's done for now. The star barrier will begin in half a minute, so I have to leave as well. Ihong quickly disappeared after saying that. That sun was given to them by the Nine Gods Temple, and they could only activate two functions, moving and building the star barrier. At most, they could add a timer function. He felt that the last function was actually the most important. The energy released by that sun was extremely frightening, and even they could not hold on for too long. After Ihong left, the many stars scattered all over the extreme plane region suddenly emitted an incomparably bright light. More than a dozen huge stars connected their energy to each other, and a huge brilliant barrier spread out from the border between the extreme plane region and the divine land, rumbling and covering most of the extreme plane region, and the entire border of the divine land. Thousands of stars crashed down from the skies in the instant that the stellar barrier held up a part of the sky. Within the barrier, the two stars unleashed an energy shockwave more violent than the creation of the world, while the stellar barrier burst out with powerful energy radiance, capturing all of the destructive energies and landing upon it, causing circles of great ripples to spread across the massive barrier across servers. Boom! The aftermath of the destructive energy exploded within the star barrier for the last time. The extremely violent energy made the people who had retreated extremely far away feel their scalps tingle. They could not help but back away, fearing that the shockwave would spread to them. It made it! Ihong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the star barrier was still as stable as a mountain despite the violent tremors. The breath rushed out of his throat with joy. The people far away also breathed a sigh of relief. The star barrier had withstood the test, and they could use this time to recover. Damn, my little heart is about to jump out of my chest. The celestial god wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had just seen the star barrier shake a few times like a noodle. It was the same kind of movement that signaled the collapse of their combined barrier. He was almost scared to death when he saw the barrier. If even the barrier erected by the celestial god's divine right weapon can't withstand it, I'm afraid no one in the realm of gods would be able to withstand the meteor shower. Yuan Feiyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hallmaster Shui was listening to the good news coming in from all over. Well, it was good news for the time being. It was another rare moment of respite. The second half of the meteor shower was considered over, and the next round would be the third. Just the thought of it made her feel annoyed. Can't the star barrier block all of the meteor shower directly? Nightmare muttered as he looked at the star barrier's consciousness. A complicated message flowed through the star barrier's eyes as it slowly looked up at the void. No. The star barrier's energy is limited. It can only hold out until half of the third round is over. What? That's not right, is it? Yuan Shi jumped to his feet. That's the divine right weapon left behind by Little Star. It's a divine right weapon at the pinnacle of the heavenly god level. How can it not withstand? The star barrier's consciousness shook its head indifferently. The energy of the void mist is extremely destructive. It can erode the star barrier, and the damage it can cause to the barrier would be multiplied by the same amount of energy. The star barrier is affected by the void mist's destructive energy and cannot be recharged. It can only endure. Nightmare understood this time. Damn it, it's exhausted to death. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was this? It was too funny. A divine right weapon at the pinnacle of the heavenly god level would be exhausted to death by the void mist's destructive energy. I need the help of the stars. Without losing 40 stars, I'll be able to hold on until half of the star shower tomorrow is over. As for the rest, you'll have to figure out a way to hold on, the barrier's consciousness said calmly. Everyone sighed. They felt very uncomfortable. Yihong waved his hand casually. We all know that we can't rely on Master Yun forever. He still has things he needs to deal with and his mission. We also need to do our best. I knew from the beginning that the 40 stars were just a stopgap measure. They have a more important mission. I knew that, but when I heard the answer, Hallmaster Shui sighed helplessly. She walked to the edge of the temple and looked at the stars that were still exploding. The entire sky was covered by thick and dense energy. The energy sparks burned the entire sky, illuminating the world with various colors. It felt as if the whole world was burning. She looked back at Yun Nuoxing and sighed. You idiot, where did you go? Big brother went to a place very far away. Little Purple Soul heard and jumped up with a grin. You can see it, but we can't. Hallmaster Shui shook her head helplessly. She squatted down and patted the little girl's head. Then tell us, where did your big brother go? Little Purple Soul was a little confused when she heard that. Her little face was stunned. She thought for a while and ran to Yun Nuoxing's side. Under the horrified gazes of everyone who could not stop her in time, she pressed her little hand on Yun Nuoxing's chest. Then, she was even more shocked to see that the little girl was unharmed. She took the Book of Epics from him. Hallmaster Shui couldn't help but smile bitterly when she saw the little girl's actions. This little girl's energy immunity was too overpowered. Even Yun Nuoxing's chaos element couldn't do anything to her. Where did this little girl come from? Little Purple Soul held the Book of Epics and sat at the edge of the stone platform. Her two little legs swayed casually. Ziyen could not help but go over to take a look. He did not see anything in the Book of Epic. However, the little girl jumped down from the stone platform and stuffed the Book of Epics back into Yun Nuoxing's body. She raised her hand happily at everyone. Big Brother has gone to the space-time of the 51st era. Oh, he went. Huh. Everyone had just casually replied when their eyes widened in horror. The 51st era? That was during the Dark Age, right? How did that guy suddenly go to that era? How did this little girl know about it? Big Brother's Book of Epics is always connected to his consciousness. If you want to find him, you can use the Book of Epics, Little Purple Soul said with a smile, as if she saw through everyone's confusion. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what expression to make or say. Anyway, it was very strange. That guy was already strange enough. Now, he went to the Dark Age for no reason at all. The Dark Age. The Stronghold's consciousness suddenly muttered. It seemed to be emotional. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look at it. However, they saw that it was still expressionless. Its lifeless face was cold and stiff. Do you know anything about it? Zian asked. The Stronghold's consciousness's eyes flashed. After a while, it nodded slowly. It seemed to be more or less human. If it's the Dark Age, maybe I went to find the source. What source? My origin, my true identity, perhaps? The consciousness of the barrier turned to look at the void. My origin, my true identity, perhaps? The consciousness of the barrier turned to look at the void. When I was born, I already knew that I was a stowaway who jumped out of the path of reincarnation. He had once tried to find the origin, but to no avail. In this life? As Yun Nuoxing in this life? Qin Yen and Mei Mao's eyes flickered. Maybe, there are too many unknowns that we don't know. After the barrier's consciousness finished speaking, there was no more movement, causing everyone to be confused. In any case, they were always confused when it came to matters related to Yun Nuo planet. This was not the first or second time, so it was useless to investigate further. When the time came, they would naturally know. For now, it was better to obediently suppress their curiosity. But the Dark Age. Ming frowned. That era wasn't safe. The void fog, abyss death fog was rampant. The people of the underworld wanted to conquer the whole Eight Elements world and the whole Deyuan world. That era wasn't any better. Xian touched the little angel's silver hair and said, "It's useless for us to worry. We can only wait for him to come back." Yuan Shi scratched his head. "Hey, little star really likes to cause trouble. She even caused trouble in that era," he smiled helplessly. "Next time, she might have to go to the mythological age." It was just a joke, but it made everyone smile helplessly. Nightmare grinned and said, "You don't say. Boss is so weird. Wherever he goes, he will cause trouble. I'm afraid that one day, he will dig out the mythological age from the coffin." Achoo! Yun Nuoshing suddenly sneezed loudly, causing the entire mountain to respond, causing Hui to be stunned for a while. "What's wrong?" "No. Oh." Yun Nuoshing rubbed her nose and couldn't help but mutter, "I feel like someone was talking about me just now, and it's definitely not something good." Hui couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. "There aren't many people in this world who are talking about you. Did you find a little wife that I don't know about?" "Screw you." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and turned to look at the city in front of her. It could be considered a city for the time being. Before it was ruined, it must have been prosperous. They landed on the planet. The sky was strangely empty and dark. Distorted starlight sprinkled in the sky. This was the only thing in the sky. There was no sun, moon, or stars. There was only the eternal abyss black hole and countless distorted starlight around the black hole. The starlight that came from billions of years ago was distorted by the abyss black hole and transmitted here. They had thought that this world would be abnormal and distorted, but the result was naturally beyond their expectations. This world was no longer as normal as it was now. There was an aura of normality everywhere. The space was continuous and the world was continuous. The stable rules formed a semi-independent place of rules that nurtured all life on this planet. This was the place closest to the black hole of the abyss. There were more than 30 billion lives here, and the people here were generally powerful. They were not much weaker than the worlds of the upper planes. This was the distortion caused by the death fog of the abyss. This was the only explanation that made sense. The others could not be explained. Yun Nuoshing and Hui came to the ruins. The others had scattered to other places in this world of light to investigate this strange world, hoping to find something unexpected. Yun Nuoshing was looking for something related to the voice, but she had no clue and did not know where to start. She could only find a random destination and pretend that she was looking for something very hard. Yet another ruin. Hui looked at the ruins not far away. There were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. Only half of the city wall remained. Broken houses, bricks and tiles piled up in a corner. The walls were stained with blood. There were entities entangled with the black aura everywhere, telling them what had happened here. Yun Nuoshing nodded lazily. It was a post-war ruin, but it was not an abandoned place. In fact, she glanced at the planet. 60 to 70% of the places where life gathered were in ruins. The rest were some dilapidated but relatively intact cities. The whole world seemed to have been ignited by the flames of war. There were scars caused by some kind of destructive energy everywhere, and it had lasted for many years. Battles might have occurred frequently, so much so that the people did not have the energy to repair the cities. They were left standing on the earth in ruins, becoming a thing of the past with time, assimilated by the mountains, rivers, and forests. There were still many people in the ruins. Most of the life on this planet were humans. There were also some life forms that were similar to souls, called spirits. They were the normal life forms of this world. Spirits were light, a little transparent, and had no fixed shape. Other than that, there was not much difference between them and humans. They could also be touched, unlike souls, which could not be touched except by the power of the soul. The two of them walked into the ruined city together. Many people turned to look at them. Their gazes were a little curious, constantly sizing up these two somewhat out-of-place fellows. They did not appear to be numb or slow. The years of battle had not worn down the will of the life forms that existed on this planet. They were born to fight, and they had not stopped until today. They were still moving forward. Yun Nuashing could even feel that there were life forms that were comparable to the heavenly god tier in this small world. It was simply a fantasy. We looked at the dark energy entrenched in the shadows in the corner and frowned. Feng, do you see those? I see them. They are the remnants of the abyssal death mist. It has no follow-up energy support, and it is sealed by a layer of transparent energy. It will soon disintegrate and collapse by itself. Yun Nuashing nodded. Needless to say, the wars that can happen in this world can only originate from the nearest enemy. Hui withdrew his gaze from the shadows and frowned. The remnants of the abyssal death mist in this world are extremely serious. It is much stronger than what we have seen before. That is. Yun Nuashing yawned and said lazily, the core of the abyssal death mist is right next to us. How can it not be strong? Just like the light of this world is special, the abyssal death mist here is also special. Otherwise, how can it distort into such a normal world? We nodded and suddenly turned to look at him. Feng, what are you looking for? Yun Nuashing's heart thumped, but he still looked calm on the surface. I am looking for the extreme source of this world. Taiying and Taiyang, yin and yang, yang and yin. In this extremely normal place, there should also be a place that is distorted like a grotesque existence at the bottom of a nightmare. Yun Nuashing tilted her head. If there is such a place, we might be able to learn something from it. But it might not necessarily be on this planet. After all, there is a normal world in the distant starry sky. The entire world's light cluster is normal, and the distortion point could also appear anywhere in the entire world's light cluster. Hui scratched his head. Well, you are still good at this. Just tell me. I am not good at other things, but fighting is not a problem. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and pointed to the sky. Are you going to fight with that big black guy? I can't. Hui smiled bitterly. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. Just look forward to it. If we can find some key information here. Hui was a little excited. Can we deal with the underworld? Yun Nuashing turned his head and sighed. At least we won't die so miserably. Hui was speechless. Chapter 1174. Walking in the ruins full of broken stones, the air emitted a strange, unpleasant smell. Part of it was the disgusting smell of the death fog of the abyss, and the other part was a more strange smell released by something that was distorted by it. It was like the strange smell of urine mixed with the rotten smell of some creatures at the end of some streets and alleys in a big city. It was a little strange, but it was very consistent with the atmosphere of the world that they saw on Yunua planet. In the distance, there were people sorting out the broken bricks and tiles, cleaning the battlefield, and repairing the city wall. It was not as they thought. The places that should be repaired in the city would still be repaired, but it might not be as meticulous as before. The aura and environment here were not suitable for ordinary life forms to survive. The abyss death fog was overflowing, and there were residual energy waves left behind by the battlefield everywhere. The environment was quite harsh. Life forms that lived here for a long time would either be disturbed by the residual energy waves or be corroded by the abyss death fog. Those things had turned into energy and remained in the air. Their aura was everywhere. Yun Nuashing and Hui did not understand why there were still people who could live so leisurely, completely unaffected by the abyss death fog. Logically speaking, ordinary life forms would be dizzy just by standing here, foaming at the mouth and gradually dying. In fact, they also saw some real ordinary people walking around in the ruins. It's just as you said. This world is abnormal to the extreme, which is why it's so normal that it makes one's hair stand on end. We looked back at other places. The gas of this planet was mixed with faint abyssal death mist. It was abnormal from the beginning to the end. It should be a deeply eroded world. Nothing should be normal, but everywhere was the most normal appearance. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and nodded helplessly. The air here was really terrible. There were remnants of the abyssal death mist, a large amount of unknown energy ripples, and mixed energy particles. Although it was not suffocating, the chaotic energy was enough to cause people to inhale too much of it and not be able to deal with it, causing all kinds of energy side effects. There were also strange energy phenomena that would erupt from time to time due to the accumulation of too much energy. Just now, there was an inexplicable wind, snow, and lightning in the air, which was finally burned clean by a fire. The two of them were stunned when they saw that, but the people around them were used to it and ignored it after a glance. Their nerves were also strong to the point where they could play the zither. Tsk, those who can survive in this place are all gods. Hui grinned. He did not have the powerful insight of the Yun Nuo planet. He could see a lot of things just by relying on his own eyesight. This world had existed in this normal state for a long time. Generation after generation, it had multiplied for a frightening amount of time. In other words, this world was forcefully extending its life, hanging on to its last breath. It's a little strange. Yun Nuoshing frowned. I can't see the past and future of this world. I don't know if it is because of the abyssal death mist. Observer's eye is malfunctioning? No, it can still be used. He pondered for a moment. Just like time has been frozen in this moment forever, there is no future, and the past is gone forever. Hui let out a long sigh and said faintly, "Then what do you see the abyssal death mist like? It's chaotic, I can't observe, and everything I see is meaningless. At least this is also a result, unlike here. Everything I see is the same." Yun Nuoshing and Hui walked on the broken street and gradually came to a place with fewer people. Although it was called a street, the ground was uneven and there were pieces of debris everywhere like other places. It looked like a place after a disaster. The people who walked here had a heavy heart, and the atmosphere that was inadvertently released was filled with faint sadness, nostalgia, and anger aroused by these emotions. There was no exception. After walking for a while, the two of them came to a place and understood why. What suddenly appeared in front of them was a broken mountain. They could clearly see that it was a building that had merged with the earth. The soil and the building blended together, as if a pavilion had suddenly been buried by thousands of tons of sand. The building that appeared in front of them was such a shape. The exposed corners of the ground had traces of weathering and dilapidation. On this mountain were circles of dark blue light, floating 1 meter above the ground and swaying. There were many similar things on this planet, and every city had one. Yun Nuoshing and the others did not know what it was when they first saw it, but when they saw people standing in front of the light, either bowing, kneeling, whispering, or crying, they could roughly guess what it was. The graveyard of life on this planet, or at least it was similar. These are the lives that died on this planet, the warriors who fought the abyssal death mist spawn and sacrificed their lives. Hui let out a long sigh. The mountain in front of him was about 1,000 feet high. Looking around, he could only see those dark blue balls of light. Each ball of light didn't only represent one life. It could be a member of the Bell clan, a clan, or something else. On the surface, there were 10,000 balls of light, but in reality, who knew how many lives they represented? Perhaps even the person who buried them here didn't know. Large clumps of soil were embedded in between the buildings, and together they formed this strange graveyard. Although there were many similar graveyards on the planet, the one they were standing on was the largest one, and also the most dilapidated one. There was no uniform area, and in front of most of the light clusters were strange bouquets of flowers and some things that could not be understood, as if they had just been worshipped. Yun Nuoshing brought Hui to the top of this mountain, and pointed at the golden light cluster. "Look at this." Hui looked up. The golden light cluster was the same size as the other dark blue light clusters, but it was suspended about 2 meters above the ground. Even if he stood on his tiptoes, he could not reach it. Being in this place and looking like this, it was obviously different from the others. A lot of thoughts, countless people's thoughts, are gathered here. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head. The ground of this golden ball of light was empty. It formed a sharp contrast with the ground of the other dark blue balls of light. It was cold and desolate. No one cared about it. The weeds had already grown more than 10 feet tall. Are you here to pay your respects as well? The voice behind them made Yun Nuoshing and Hui turn around to look at the person who spoke. It was a tall girl with a head of bright blonde hair, but it was a little dirty. This little girl was wearing a bright yellow short-sleeved shirt and shorts made of rough cloth, and there were patches of brownish yellow stained with mud. She looked a little thin and strong, and her skin was pale white and metallic silver. Her pair of big blue eyes were very bright, and there was an irrepressible spiritual light in them. Her bright blonde hair was messy, and there were some soil and stone fragments hanging on it, as if she had just drilled out of a hole in the ground. Her pretty face could be said to be pretty, and there was always a faint smile on her face. She was also holding a bunch of scattered flowers in her arms. It was not beautiful, but it was very rare. It was really not easy to pick a few flowers in this kind of situation. Yun Nuoshing and Hui were stunned when they heard her words. This little girl was speaking the common language of all races. They originally thought that this world was so distorted that they would not recognize anything in it, but they were shocked by this little girl's words. The two of them looked at each other, and the doubts in their hearts grew heavier. This could be said to be a broken and distorted world, so why did it still retain this language? Ah, hello big sister and big brother. The blonde girl seemed to suddenly remember what she should do. She bowed slightly to Yun Nuoshing and Hui, and politely greeted them. Then she smiled sweetly. If big sister and big brother are done paying your respects, can I also pay my respects? Every time the chaos ends, I will come to this tomb of solitude to pray for a while. In the past, I was the only one who came here. Hui could not help but spit out a mouthful of water when he heard how she addressed him. He tilted his head to look at Yun Nuoshing, and found that he was so calm as if nothing had happened. This guy was depressed for half a year because a little girl said, "I like men," last time. Now, he was directly treated as a big sister, and he did not have any reaction at all? Yun Nuoshing, of course, did not have any reaction. His whole family almost tacitly agreed that he was born as a man, and he was already used to it. Now that he was called big sister, well, he was used to it. He would not express any surprise. Really, he just felt a little stomachache. He nodded and pulled Hui away a little. He nodded to the blonde girl and said, "Well, you can go. Thank you, big sister." The blonde girl smiled and nodded. She slowly pushed aside the 10 feet tall weeds in front of her. First, she took out a few clusters of withered flowers from the weed. Then, she gently placed the bouquet of flowers in her hand in the weed. She clapped her hands a few times and bowed. After the blonde girl finished doing all this, she looked at Yun Nuoshing and Hui and smiled. "Big sister and big brother, do you know who this golden tomb of solitude belongs to?" Yun Nuoshing noticed that there was a faint pride in the little girl's expression, like a child who was anxious to share the only information she knew with her kind. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know. I just saw it hanging here. I was a little interested today, so I came to take a look." The blonde girl seemed to have known the answer long ago. The smile on her face widened, but there was also a little disappointment. She seemed to be happy that she could share this special situation with others, but also disappointed that no one knew about it. Hui glanced at Yun Nuoshing and could roughly guess what he was planning. He continued, "Don't you know? It seems that no one knows about this thing." Of course, it was nonsense. He didn't know if anyone knew about it or not. Yes, because no one knows, the people who know are especially precious, right? The blonde girl nodded. Her words made Hui and Yun Nuoshing laugh in their hearts at the same time. They hit the nail on the head. Big sister and big brother, do you know? This sky wasn't like this before. The blonde girl stretched out her small hand and pointed above her head. There was only a black hole in the sky, and there were countless distorted and chaotic starlight. This planet was on the edge of death and life. It was infinitely close to the black hole of the abyss, but it wouldn't really fall in. This was the only celestial phenomenon on this planet, and it would never change. Yun Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other and nodded. The latter said, "I've heard of it, but it's not very clear. I heard that the sky used to be blue." Blue? The blonde girl was stunned for a moment and then she laughed out loud. "Big brother, you must have heard some irresponsible words from someone somewhere. However, similar words are said by many people. Most of them are delusional. Most people don't know what the truth is and no one cares. A long, long time ago, so long that I don't know how long ago, that was before the land of hope disappeared and before the veil of eternal night covered the sky. The sky used to be a brilliant golden color, just like my hair. There would also be golden air masses floating in the sky." Maybe what I heard was fake. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Hui, who was laughing foolishly. Did this guy really think that every world was blue sky and white clouds? It wasn't like he hadn't seen a dark sky before. Hell was still yellow. However, the two of them didn't ask her how she knew. Her confident tone and faint sense of pride made the two of them feel interesting. Perhaps what this little girl said might be true. The sky of Suya was once golden. The golden ball rose from the extreme west and sprinkled the entire sky with golden light. At night, it would fall from the extreme north, and the golden color of the sky would slowly recede. It would be dominated by the dark night, but it wasn't really dark. Unlike the veil of eternal night, now, the entire sky was dark. It was strange. At that time, there would be bright spots of light known as the night sky lights hanging in the sky. At that time, Suya was still a peaceful scene. That's all a lie. In fact, there would be big and small battles in Suya every day. It's just that they happened in a distant place and weren't in contact with us. But compared to now, the overall situation at that time might be peaceful as a whole. It wasn't as chaotic as today, where people are always worried about whether a disaster will happen in the next second. Yun Nuoxing and Hui sighed. She quickly waved her hand and said, I didn't mean to talk about the present. At that time, Suya was protected by a High One, which was also the main reason for the peace in Suya. The High One stood on the clouds of Suya and looked down on all living things, watching Suya quietly develop. Until one day, the High One created the Land of Hope and invited all the ambitious people of Suya to go there. Because of the High One's name, that place naturally became the most prosperous land of miracles in all of Suya. The warriors who came out of that place protected Suya. It was thought that this peace would last for a very long time, but one day, she raised her hand and pointed to the sky. The veil of eternal night appeared, and the golden sky disappeared forever. The demonic beasts lurking in the eternal night came to Suya and asked everyone in Suya to submit to them. The High One of Suya, of course, did not agree. He and the sacred army of the Land of Hope killed all the demonic beasts that came to invade. This action angered the ruler of the Veil of Eternal Night, and he sent the strongest demonic beasts to encircle the High One and the Land of Hope. He also dropped chaotic energy all over Suya. That energy was like a tide that exploded everywhere in Suya, spreading rapidly through the air and plains. Suya experienced countless natural disasters, and in just a short period of 12 days and nights. At that time, there was no longer any distinction between day and night, because the eternal night had already descended. This is just a matter of time, and in 12 days, Suya was almost completely destroyed by the chaotic energy. Suya could not even organize a basic resistance force before it was almost completely wiped out. The Land of Hope also collapsed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Suya lost almost all its power. The High One led the remaining 100 sacred army of the Land of Hope to resist with all their might, but in the end, they were no match for the demonic beasts in the Veil of Eternal Night and died in the deepest part of the Land of Hope. The High One's indestructible will swept through the whole of Suya and killed all the demonic beasts. After that, there was no sign of life, and only an indestructible force was left to protect the last piece of land in the Land of Hope. After that, Suya took many years to recover, and originally thought that the demonic beasts would not come again. Until millions of years ago, many more demonic beasts fell from the Veil of Eternal Night onto Suya, but this time, the power of the demonic beasts was not as strong as the last time when Suya was wiped out. However, that chaotic energy never stopped. What happened after that is what happened in Suya's modern era. It has been resisting intermittently, and no one knows when it will end or when it will end. It will probably never end. The little blonde girl sighed. Yun Nuoxing and Hui turned to look at the golden light. The former said, "So, that golden spiritual grave was left behind by the High One in Suya's memory?" The little blonde girl murmured, "Remember? Until now, the actions of the High One at that time are still controversial. Some people have always thought that if Suya had surrendered to the Monarch of Eternal Night, at that time, maybe Suya would not have fallen to such a state, and there are many people who have always thought so. If it was really to remember the High One's words, how could its spiritual grave be so cold and lonely?" Yun Nuoxing let out a low sneer. Hui looked at the little girl and smiled. "What do you think? Do you also think that it would have been better to surrender at that time?" The little blonde girl looked at the big sister who sneered, and her eyes flashed. She shook her head hard. "It's over if we surrender. There will definitely not be a good ending. Perhaps the ending will be even more painful than death." Hui nodded. Perhaps the moment the High One surrendered, all life in the entire Suya continent would directly become demonic beasts, which was the manifestation of the abyss death mist. That would indeed be an ending more painful than death. Yun Nuoxing straightened her face. "This is a very, very distant matter. How do you know?" The little blonde girl suddenly laughed and proudly stuck out her small chest. "Because I am a descendant of the High One." Low laughter came from not far away. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked up and saw a few people who came here to worship letting out low laughter. "That silly girl is still talking about this. She has been talking about it since she was 8 years old. It has already been 6 years." The few people talked and walked further and further away. The little blonde girl was not angry. She just smiled faintly as if she did not hear those words at all. She just looked at the big sister in front of her. "Big sister, do you believe it?" Yun Nuoxing narrowed her eyes and looked at her. She suddenly smiled and shook her head. "I don't know you, so it's hard to say. You just have to believe in yourself. You don't have to care about others. As for me, we have only met for the first time, so I will believe it. Because there is no need for you to lie to me. Even if you lie to me, it won't affect anything." The little girl was a little surprised. This was the first time she had heard such an answer. When the others heard it, they all sneered and advised her not to daydream and wake her up. Otherwise, they might as well criticize that supreme being in front of her. Pfft! The little girl laughed happily. "Big sister, you are so funny." She waved her hand at Yun Nuoxing and the others, then turned and walked down the mountain. She jumped with her hands behind her back, as if she was very happy. When the little girl was far away, Hui turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. "Feng, you felt it?" "Of course I felt it." Yun Nuoxing nodded and cracked her neck. "I felt it at first glance." Hui turned around and looked at the golden ball of light and grinned. The High One in Sua back then was actually the heavenly god of origin. The weak bloodline of the heavenly god in that little girl's body is not a lie. It is already very weak, and it is almost impossible for it to awaken. Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms. "I have found one of the distortion points of this world, the seal of the laws. I have just deduced that the bloodline of the heavenly god of origin in that little girl is already dead. Was it caused by the war back then? I don't know, maybe. Yun Nuashing shook her head and suddenly grinned. This world is more interesting than I thought. Chapter 1175. But with the laws of that world, how could a heavenly god of origin be born? Hui looked at the black hole above his head in puzzlement. The laws of the worlds formed by the void are not as strong as imagined, and they are all worlds that exist on the edge of the lower plane. How strong can they be? Yun Nuashing glanced at him, then raised his head to look at the void without saying a word. Perhaps this was one of the distortions of this world. However, the explanation was very simple. Firstly, this world was originally distorted and mutated, thus giving birth to the heavenly god of origin. Secondly, that heavenly god of origin had gone to places in the upper realm, ascended to the heavenly god of origin in those places, then returned to this world, and then coincidentally encountered the abyssal death mist. Look, it was very simple to explain, but who knew the specifics? This world had gone through almost an eternity and was not destroyed. It still recorded the information of the birth of the void, as well as the energy residue at the birth of the void. Yun Nuashing did not care about those things, and it was useless to explain too much and investigate too deeply. What was important was that this world once had a heavenly god of origin, and this was an established fact that would not change. Similar experiences of Sua's world could be found in the void. The underworld swept across the 8 elemental worlds and destroyed countless worlds. In the 10 eras that the abyss death mist spread, countless worlds were destroyed. The so-called brave warriors, noble emperors, wise prophets, ordinary soldiers, and even more ordinary people, as well as the great people who were called heroes, all of whom had once left a dazzling light in their worlds, sank into eternal darkness with their worlds. Everything became a past tense and meaningless. Those were all crushed into powder under the ruthless iron hooves of the abyss death mist, silently annihilating in the depths of the void. The heavenly god of origin, the powerful heavenly god that once represented the strongest realm in the 8 elemental worlds, was just like the supreme being of Sua. It sheltered the entire Sua world and built an alliance to fight against the abyss death mist, unyielding until death. What was the end result? Its name, everything about it was drowned in the depths of the void, mercilessly washed away by the sea of time. Its land of hope collapsed, and not many people remembered that such a person once existed in this world. Only a few ancient records and some frighteningly old scholars still had the remaining record. After being repeatedly attacked and spurred by the people of Sua, its actions became abhorrent and laughable, and everything became meaningless. Even someone as powerful as the heavenly god of origin died so silently and in such an aggrieved manner. How pitiful! Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. You used to be great and powerful, but now you have fallen to such a state. If you were still alive and saw the world like this, and heard the songs of all life in Sua about you, how would you feel? The void has buried everything, and even the heavenly god of origin is no exception. Hui clapped his hands towards the golden ball of light and bowed slightly. Then, he looked towards Yun Nua planet and said, if we allow them to continue developing like this, the next target will be the middle plane, the upper plane, the saint spirit realm and even the god realm. Something is wrong with this world. Yun Nuashing suddenly said. The power of the underworld is like maggots eating away at this world bit by bit, but we can only watch as it continues to grow stronger and move. Our power is also very weak. I know. Hui smiled bitterly and clapped his hands until his cheeks were red. He took a deep breath and looked at Yun Nuashing with determination. But if we don't do anything when it's too late, I will feel regret for not doing anything. The divine realm needs our protection. Yun Nuashing was silent for a few seconds when he heard that. Then, he suddenly smiled strangely. Hey Hui, let me ask you a question. Hui was stunned by his strange expression. What is it? If one day you are betrayed by what you protect, and become the enemy of all life, will you still be so determined? Yun Nuoshing smiled sweetly, but his expression was so weak that it was a little distorted. He knew that although he didn't know everything, he knew that the only thing he knew was that the guardians were killed by the people of the divine realm, which strengthened the power of the withering laws. This was unshakable evidence. This was the evidence of the entire divine realm's crimes. The determined expression on Huey's face faded slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Perhaps he was imagining that such a situation would happen, or perhaps he was thinking about something else. After a long time, he suddenly took a deep breath and revealed a somewhat indifferent and somewhat understanding smile. Feng, you're worried that we'll end up like Suyao, that supreme being? That we will become notorious in the future because we couldn't protect our own world? Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly realized that Sua's current situation was a little similar. Well, although he was definitely not referring to this point, he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't tell Hui that he would die in the future because he was killed by the people of the divine realm, so the current situation was a good excuse. So, he nodded. More or less, I feel the same way. A little bit, but notoriety and whatnot. You know I don't care about that. Yeah. Hui grinned and held the back of his head with his arms. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't worried. No one wants to be notorious in the future, but there are some things that can't be helped, right? He smiled. The future and whatnot, let the future people talk about it. If something irresistible really happens, all I can do is do my best to do what I should do. No matter what the result is, and I don't want to give anyone an answer, at least I have to do it with a clear conscience. Yun Nuoshing looked at him quietly. But, Hui, in my reality, only the fall of the Guardians is an inescapable reality. I know this is just a dream, and it's really difficult to reverse anything, but I really don't want to wait for that day to come. Even if it was already an established reality, he didn't want to be a witness. He vaguely felt something. Maybe it was because of the things that happened in this world that made him think about a lot of unnecessary things, or maybe it was because of other reasons. In short, he just thought of this matter, and he couldn't stop it from staying in his mind. He had a feeling that he returned to this time and space so that he could witness that thing happen. He couldn't say it out loud. He could only let the topic go on like this. A clear conscience? What is considered a clear conscience? Protect the divine realm until you die in battle? Feng, you're too pessimistic. Hui smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew why Yun Nuo's star was so pessimistic from the beginning. That legendary realm was like a mountain pressing down on his head. The strongest person in the divine realm was right in front of him, and that was Feng Ling. Even the first macro world in the 8 elements realm was like this. As for the other worlds, he really did not believe that there would be any miracles. Instead of praying for a miracle to happen and the appearance of a heavenly god of primordial, it was better to think that they would be promoted to heavenly gods of primordial before that day came. No matter what, 2 heavenly gods of primordial could forcefully push back this disaster, right? Yun Nuoshing looked at him, still thinking about other things in his mind. He suddenly sighed. If only he could be stronger and control everything. This was definitely not Feng Ling's idea. Such an extreme idea was definitely not something that lazy guy would think of. He didn't know what Feng Ling was thinking in the original spacetime. Now that the thoughts of the 3 of them were running, he didn't know what he would think of. What was happening now had definitely deviated from the original track of history. However, these were just small ripples. In the river of history, they were just small currents that didn't affect the big picture. There would be a stronger force that would correct all of these. None of the major events that should happen would be absent. There will always be a way. Hui patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and smiled. Gods bless the divine realm. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Even if there isn't a way, the two of us can still carve out a path with our hands. Yun Nuoshing grinned and turned to walk down the small mountain. Let's go and take a look at other places. We need to understand the uniqueness of this abnormal world. If we know, there may be a way to salvage everything. That's right, everything. Even if it was just a self-deceiving dream, he still wanted to change it. In the memory of this world, he and Hui had known each other for a long time, far longer than the fetters of life. He wanted to change that future. If possible, at least he didn't want it to happen here. Hui smiled and followed Yun Nuoshing. His arms were still holding the back of his head. He said lazily, "If that's the case, I have a good place to go." "Well, I just saw it. I bet you saw it too, and you want to go there now." Yun Nuoshing looked at him with a smile. "How about telling me the direction of the destination together?" Hui nodded. After waiting for 3 seconds, the two of them took a deep breath and said in unison, "The east. The forest that is so dark that it is emitting smoke." Hui added. Yun Nuoshing smiled. "Then let's go. This world is much smaller than the realm of the god. It's quite easy to explore. We can't afford to waste too much time." In a shabby hut in the corner of the ruined city, a girl with long blonde hair knelt on the ground with her hands clasped together in a praying posture. In front of her was a cluster of dim golden light. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes and looked to the east. She murmured, "The light of order will come. This eternal nightmare will finally come to an end." The girl finished praying and stood up. She lay on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. She sighed bitterly. "But ancestor, when will the light of order come? We just wait and wait. Is there really no other way? We can't even save our own world." There was only the empty echo of energy in the small room. Other than that, there was nothing else. The blonde girl stared blankly at the ceiling. She thought of the two people she saw not long ago. Her expression was a little strange. What a strange big sister. In the east of the ruined city, there was a grotesque jungle. It was not supposed to be so weird. Before the power of the abyssal death mist eroded this vibrant jungle, this vast dark forest in a huge crater was the richest place in Sua. It was the home of countless lives. This forest followed a rugged path around the crater and inadvertently drew strange patterns. It was like a magical pattern drawn by a whimsical artist. Except for the artist himself, no one could understand it. However, the energy of the abyssal death shroud had distorted the mountains and forests here, turning the once vibrant forest into a twisted and grotesque place filled with nightmares. It had become a place where the abyssal death shroud spread, but strangely, there were no spawns of the abyssal death shroud emerging from here, nor were there any creatures that would cause one's scalp to go numb and foam at the mouth to lose their sanity. However, when the forest was completely infected, all life within 1,000 miles was extinguished as if by agreement, and there was not a single trace of life left on the land. The extreme point of distortion in the Sua world. Well, a point of distortion in all normal things. It's hard to imagine that the abyssal black hole is so close, but this world only has such a corroded place. We looked down at the indescribably dark mountain forest from high above and grinned. This should have been a fairly normal phenomenon in Swari. It was so close to the black hole of the abyss, so it was normal for any kind of distortion to occur. However, it was said that those demonic beasts, that is, the abyss death mist derivatives, fell directly from the black hole of the abyss. In the whole of Swari, the only place they could observe was this frighteningly dark one. The jungle must have been very beautiful before it became like this. Yun Nuoshing and Hui both firmly believed that at least it would not be the scene they saw now, the scene where life was cut off. Yun Nuoshing and Hui landed on the top of the mountain. They looked at the dark ancient trees, which were thousands of feet tall. The trees, which were taller than the mountain, swayed in the wind as if they were about to fall from the sky. "I don't think there's anything to see here." Hui held Yun Nuoshing's shoulder, his whole body in the air as he looked into the distance. He lowered his head and looked at him. The jungle is corroded by the abyssal death mist. How is it? Did you see anything? Nothing. Or rather, I didn't expect to see anything. Yun Nuashing shook his head. I'm just a little curious, so I came to take a look. The cornerstone, which is so deeply corroded but does not give birth to the abyssal death mist spawn. Then again, do you think this cornerstone really did not give birth to the abyssal death mist spawn? What do you mean? Hui and Yun Nuashing's eyes met and he frowned. Once upon a time, I once knew a place that also had a powerful cornerstone, and the degree of corrosion was even more serious than here. Of course, it gave birth to a large number of abyssal death mist spawn. Well, although the two situations are not the same, both are mutations. Let's ignore that for now. What I want to say is that half of the abyssal death mist spawn there were transferred. Transferred? Hui was stunned for a moment. Yun Nuashing nodded. The abyssal death mist spawn. Even the low-level ones, those without sentience, have the ability to transfer. As he spoke, he pointed at the forest before them. Maybe this is an effective cornerstone, but the things that were born have all run away. Huh! Hui jumped down from Yun Nuashing's shoulder and waved his hand. Where could they have gone? I don't know. It's just my guess. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Let's go in. Hui scratched his head and followed him as he watched him walk into the forest. He always trusted what Feng said, just like he trusted the truth of this world. That's right, Feng's words were basically the truth. The two of them walked through the twisting mountain forest, following the rugged mountain rocks down into the depths of the forest. There was no such thing as a path in front of them, and the air was extremely uncomfortable. There was also a large amount of abyss death mist remaining. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them weren't ordinary people, they would have long been affected by the oppressive atmosphere here. Hui looked around. All he saw were weird and twisted plants, and they were squirming and moving all the time. Even the ground under their feet would suddenly collapse or bulge as they walked. There was instability everywhere. The twisted rules, time, and space had created this nightmarish scene. He and Yun Nuashing even saw two trees using the roots below as their feet, and walked out along the ridge with a foot. Saplings would grow wildly in the pits, and they could grow half a foot tall in just a minute. A huge rock protruding from the mountain wall suddenly turned into black lava, and after flowing for a distance, it turned into black ice. I think I will have nightmares sooner or later, Hui said casually. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment and looked at him. You have nightmares? When you have nightmares, I'm afraid the sky will fall. Hui laughed and waved his hand. You have moments when you are awake. Why can't I have nightmares? Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue. When Hui said that, he just remembered that he did not know when he became much more awake. Of course, the feeling of laziness had been in his spiritual power, but it seemed to be temporarily suppressed. This was the victory of Quarter Moon and Yun Nuashing. In the dark and twisted forest, there seemed to be nothing but these nightmarish scenes. Yun Nuashing and Hui both felt so. After walking for a long distance, when they almost could not stand the scene here, they inexplicably felt the fluctuation of order. That feeling was like finding a piece of ice in the depths of the sun. A faint light, very faint, passed into the eyes of the two through the layers of twisted trees. The faint divine light, the faint light of order, and the fluctuation of divine right were not any of the fluctuations of divine right that they recognized. In the depths of the twisted forest, it was like a spark in the dark night, dim but extremely eye-catching. There is actually the existence of the light of order in this place that is twisted into the sea of rules? Hui said with a little surprise after sensing for a moment. Yun Nuashing squinted slightly and looked at the light of the stars for a while. She said, "It's a weapon." Weapon? Hui turned back to look at her and used his thumb to point into the depths of the Ring Mountain forest. It can't be the weapon of Sua, the Empyrean god of origin, right? It can emit such a degree of light of order. Logically speaking, only something of that level of person can do that. Ha, that Supreme One hasn't given up on this world yet. Yun Nuoshing let out an ambiguous laugh. Shall we go and have a look? There is nowhere to go. Let's go and have a look. Chapter 1176. The huge black tree roots that protruded out of the ground and some forests that were printed with blood-red light interweaved to form a winding path. Yun Nuoshing and Hui jumped around in the huge tree roots, and they couldn't even walk properly. In just a few minutes they almost became two bouncing rabbits. The black trees and shrubs hid the remains of some collapsed buildings. They were not ordinary buildings. They looked a bit like towers or something else. Dim charms were engraved all over the building debris. They had lost all their energy and were as dim as imprints. They might have had some special effect in the past, or used to resist something, or used to guard something. At this moment, they had lost all their brilliance. Yun Nuoshing followed behind Hui lazily, jumping between the tree roots and the forest. The only colors that could be recognized were the crazy blood-red and black. The tree roots, which were several feet long, danced wildly in the air like vines. It reminded Yun Nuoshing of the tree she saw in the ghost forest. They didn't rush directly towards the golden light spot. It was covered by something and they couldn't get close to it directly. They had to follow a special method to walk around the mountain forest to get in. It was like walking through a maze. Of course, there were other ways. They just had to blast through this place. However, if they destroyed the maze here, the light of order in the middle would also be destroyed. After walking for some time, Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped. She looked at Hui's back in front of her and said, "Hui, we've been here for half an hour and disappeared. You just volunteered that the things in this tiny place couldn't stop you. I trusted you quite a bit." Yun Nuoshing pointed at the big tree under her feet and said, "This is the 12th time we've passed by here." The back in front of them trembled. Hui turned his head stiffly and gave Yun Nuoshing an extremely bright, silly smile. He swung his long black hair and jumped over from the spot that was more than 10 meters away. He landed in front of Yun Nuoshing with a thud and pressed his hands on her shoulders. He looked at her affectionately and said, "Feng, I just want to give you a chance to show off. I can't bear to." Yun Nuoshing pointed to the side and said, "Get lost." Oh, looking at Hui, who was squatting weakly at the side, Yun Nuoshing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had long known that this guy was as reliable as always, so reliable that he would lead others into the pit. Previously, it was fine if he didn't walk around randomly. Before entering the maze, he found the way. Now, after walking around for half a day, he was lost. The characteristics of this maze were easy to understand. It was a relatively special array, something similar to a magic array. However, he did not know what the magic array in the other world was called, so he just called it that. The complexity of this maze depended on the time they spent in it. In other words, the longer they were in the dark forest, the harder it would be to get out. That was why he said that he had found the way at the beginning, but now he was almost completely lost. However, the destination was still there. How to get there was still a problem. Hui stuck out his tongue and smiled foolishly. Of course, he also saw the characteristics of this maze, but he was really not good at finding the way. Why did he volunteer to open the way? God knows what he was thinking at that time. He just walked forward without thinking. Well, he messed up and still needed Feng to clean up the mess. But this was not the first time this had happened. Yun Nuoshing stood on tiptoe and kicked a tree root twice. He pursed his lips and looked at the forest. His eyes emitted a faint colorful light, and his vision changed in front of him. He really did not expect to use the observer's eye in this corner of the void. "Go this way." Yun Nuoshing pointed to a place. Hui quickly jumped up and followed behind him with a silly smile. He followed his lead deep into the dark forest, and at the same time was vigilant of the surrounding situation. When he was focused on breaking the array, he did not have much energy to notice other things. At this time, He needed to be vigilant of the surroundings. Yes, they had a tacit understanding from years of interaction. It was always necessary to be vigilant in an unfamiliar place. However, Yun Nuoxing did not think that anything could be born on Sua that could threaten them. Even the Abyss Death Mist spawn could not. He was very relaxed and focused on breaking the array. The two of them passed through the wreckage of some collapsed buildings, and the surrounding scenery finally became unfamiliar. This time they really went deep into the dark forest, and they could see more building fragments. The fragments at the corners barely pieced together a strange building that looked like a pyramid, a tower, a rhombus, and so on, and it should be engraved with quite a lot of runes and charms. Yun Nuoxing felt that if the observer's eye was not wrong, this should be some kind of defensive building. Defensive? Did a battle happen in this forest? Hui listened to him and showed a thoughtful look. He looked around. But there are no signs of battle here. Well, even if there was, it should have been destroyed. It has been so long. Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. He stood still and closed his eyes. His soul and consciousness gradually spread out in all directions. The entire dark forest, the building debris, and the surrounding distorted scenery merged into his mind. He gradually seemed to be able to recall what had happened here years ago. In this twisted forest, there were soldiers in silver-green armor. They surrounded the strange tower-like building. The energy of the towers in the forest was connected to each other to form a thick defensive barrier. Inside the barrier, there were various soldiers who could use long-range energy attacks, forming a defensive line against invisible enemies. Perhaps there was no way to manifest, but from the current situation of this place, it could be inferred that it was most likely against the Abyss Death Mist spawn. The strange tower-like building that was surrounded by soldiers shone as bright as the sun. The energy released by the runes all over the tower turned into a solid ring that surged out in all directions. The divine power and the majestic breath of life could be felt even after countless years. The rumbling energy exploded around the defensive barrier. Perhaps there were enemies coming in from all directions. The rumbling energy from within the barrier rushed out in all directions. But still, it could not stop the swarm of enemies. The energy of the demonic beasts landed on the barrier and only caused a burst of energy sparks. Yun Nuoxing could not see the damage of the Abyss Death Mist spawn. It was probably a stalemate. The soldiers were trapped inside the barrier and could not get out. The demonic beasts could not attack this place. Well, that was probably the case. But the situation collapsed in the next second. The battle did not last long. The collapse came very suddenly. The Abyss Death Mist erupted from within the defensive barrier and directly swallowed all the soldiers. The soldiers who had lost their minds destroyed the tower-like building themselves. The defensive barrier disappeared. The invisible enemies knocked down the forest and the tower-like building, crushing everything in their way. The dregs of the Abyss Death Mist fell to the ground and corroded the ground, dyeing it a deathly black. The whole process ended like a game. The defensive position collapsed from the inside. It was so fast that even he could not see clearly what had happened. Everything was over. Yun Nuoxing was just about to come back to his senses when he felt his arm being touched. Thinking that it was Hui looking for him, he quickly came back to his senses. Just as he looked to the right, his face turned pale. It was a black eight-legged creature. It was a resident of the forest and was very common. It liked to make webs and was high in protein. Perhaps it was poisonous. Looking at the patterns and the color of the runes infected by the Abyss Death Mist, it did not look like an ordinary creature. It probably fell from a tree. There was a black thread on its butt. More importantly, it was as big as a wash basin. It was almost 1 or 2 meters long when stretched out. Even the fine hairs on its legs could be seen clearly. It was still moving. It was still moving and falling. And from the looks of it, it was probably this thing that touched his arm just now. Ah! It was rotten. He was going to die. Yun Nuoxing's face was cold and calm. His cold gaze made the wash-basin-sized creature feel that he was not someone to be trifled with. Its black eyes rolled around and reflected his extremely cold gaze. After thinking for a while, it kept the thread and climbed up. Yun Nuoshing even heard the sound of creaking legs. Seeing that the creature only calmly retracted his gaze after climbing up the tree, the corners of his eyes twitched fiercely. "Ah, you've come back to your senses? What did you see?" Hui walked over from the side and said. However, when he saw Yun Nuoshing's expression, he was stunned. "Feng? Why is your face so pale?" Yun Nuoshing turned his head stiffly and looked at him stiffly. He stretched out his fingers stiffly and pointed at the wash-basin-sized creature that was standing on the tree branch and was about to build a nest. He said stiffly, How are you guarding it? Do you know that there won't be any bones left within a meter of me?" Hui looked at the wash-basin-sized creature and saw that he looked like he was about to faint. He rubbed his arms with goosebumps all over his body and finally understood what had happened. He couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh. He slapped him hard. "Aha! Feng, you're actually afraid of this little thing? Ha! As the observer of the realm of the gods, looking at the entire void. Oh, except for the underworld, you're practically standing at the top of the void. You're actually afraid of this little thing? I thought you had already overcome it?" Yun Nuoshing sat down on the ground after being slapped. His whole body was trembling. "My legs are weak. I can't walk anymore. That thing is as big as a wash-basin." Hui laughed even harder. "The Spider King of a certain demon clan in the realm of the gods is as big as 1,000,000 miles. If you really want to talk about its size, you can find an even bigger one." Yun Nuoshing almost fainted when she thought of that thing. After a long while, Yun Nuoshing lay on Hui's back. Her whole body was still trembling. She was still guiding him on the right path. She couldn't help but mutter, "As big as a wash-basin. I touched it. I touched it. I was only one step away from fainting." Hui, who had a big bump on his head, grimaced in pain. He even used all his strength to carry Yun Nuoshing on his back. "Ouch! You're about to faint from fright, but you still have the strength to hit me. It hurts so much." "Who told you to laugh?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. Hui laughed bitterly and turned back to look at the guy who was as big as a wash-basin. Fortunately, Yun Nuoshing had tensed up and was not scared to the point of losing his mind. Otherwise, that unlucky guy would have ascended to heaven together with this forest, and not even dregs would be left. As the two of them got closer to the golden light, the distortion in the dark forest became even more exaggerated. Yun Nuoshing's eyes were still replaying what had happened here. She saw the tide of darkness tearing this place apart from the inside out. She saw the soldiers in silver-green armor falling one after another. Those who fell and those who were still standing let out frenzied and meaningless roars. She didn't know what they were calling for, but they charged forward without fear of death. Even if some people here would become part of the enemy in the next second, they were still fearless. "Ah, something. I feel like the retroactive image directly assimilated this space." Hui could also see it clearly. When he heard those people's shouts, he couldn't help but frown. It sounds a little like the first generation's divine language. The first generation's divine language. Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped trembling. She turned her head and looked at him. "It sounds a little familiar. Did you tell me about it before?" Hui nodded. "We once tidied up the bottom of the sea of precepts in the realm of the gods. Do you still remember?" Yun Nuoshing thought carefully and nodded. "A little. The realm of the gods recorded mysterious information about the birth of the Deyuan realm. Almost all of it was accumulated at the bottom of the sea of precepts. At that time, I felt an inexplicable vibration, so I followed you to the bottom of the sea of precepts in the realm of the gods to take a look. In the end, we didn't find anything, right?" Hui was stunned for a moment. He laughed dryly. "It's not that we didn't find anything. I just had some extra gains." Oh, I remember now. At that time, you told me something about the first generation's divine language. Yun Nuashing suddenly came to a realization. She finally remembered. We nodded. That's it. It's just a little fragment. There are a lot of things hidden at the bottom of the sea of precepts. It's all incomprehensible information that can no longer be understood. So, I only know a little bit. It sounds a little like those roars you heard just now. Yun Nuashing looked at the soldiers who fell like they were cutting chives. She couldn't help but frown. 3 or 4 similar. If only one syllable is similar, then it's nothing. But every sentence is like some kind of prayer from the previous era or words spoken during a battle. Huey's cheeks twitched. Well, I can't remember. Anyway, that's what it is. But the syllables have changed a lot. It's a little closer to the current universal language. The two fell silent at the same time. They walked quietly on the road. Everything around them didn't stop. The soldiers in silver-green armor kept falling. Gradually, a black aura came out from the ground. The ground was corroded by the abyss death mist. What a strange place. Yun Nuashing sighed. Since the last destruction of the primordial realm, this world has become a little strange. Well, it's all the information we got from the bottom of the sea of precept. 2 pieces of information, pointing to 2 completely different worlds. It's very strange. After the destruction of the primordial realm, many loopholes appeared in the world. It became a little strange. The primeval god can no longer appear. It's an extreme manifestation of this influence. We also agreed. Both of them deliberately changed the topic. In fact, they were thinking about the problem of this world. The world that was born at the beginning of the void was also related to the divine language. The destruction of the primordial realm, that time wiped out 99% of the worlds in the grand primordial realm. Many things were not left behind. The realm of the gods, the saint spirit realm, and the Changyuan realm were almost blown into powder. Now they even suspected that this world was left behind from the previous era. Then, it just so happened that 0.1% of the survivors was here. Nonsense, right? Well, in fact, they were more or less convinced. Because it really didn't make sense. There were so many coincidences. Well, if the previous coincidences could be attributed to the underworld, then this time, when it involved the language that was similar to the first generation's divine language and the common language of all races, it was impossible for them not to think too much. Yun Nuashing patted Huey's head and jumped down from his back. Looking at the bright golden light that passed through a thick wall of trees in front of them, she could not help but squint. Across a dozen or even an unknown number of eras, the divine energy had washed away the backtracking images. The real scene appeared in front of them. They could already feel the high divinity energy. Feng Hui stood beside him and looked at the golden light cover in front of them. The timeline has been cut off. The rules and causality have been cut off. This is a completely independent tomb. I'm afraid there's a big guy buried in it. Yun Nuashing nodded. He also felt it. It was an independent tombstone, independent of this world. There was nothing here except for that thing. Nothing would exist. This was the burial method used by high-ranking gods like them. It was simple and quick, and they did not need the help of others. That's right, this was used by high-ranking gods to bury themselves. A funeral without a coffin was forever independent of everything and existed forever with the world. I found the second distortion point. But it's a man-made distortion point. The energy that permeates from here is very weak. It's so weak that you can't find the energy trail after you leave this dark forest. But it's definitely there. This energy affects this world. Not just Sua but also this world of light. Hui grinned. Are we going in? Breaking that eternal stagnation won't alarm anything, right? This world can't afford any more torment now. It won't. Yun Nuashing snapped his fingers and grinned. Probably, it was an eternal place, detached from all restraints. There were no rules, no causality, and no time. Space was just an imaginary thing that existed. The images around them that had not been eliminated were about to end. But unfortunately, when they saw this place, it was already a brilliant golden light. They could not see what was inside. After the tide of darkness, which had already become blurry, hit the layer of golden light, the two collided and the energy cancelled each other out. In the end, the tide of darkness disappeared. The bright sun-like barrier also faded and gradually became transparent. No, there's something inside. Yun Nuoxing looked at the image. His vision was divided into two halves. The left half was the present, and the right half was the projected image. It cut the golden barrier into two halves. At this moment, the color of the right half of the golden barrier gradually became similar to the left half. It was about to become the same. In the transparent golden light, he saw something similar to talismans and magic circles. The two of them did not recognize it. Well, that was nonsense. That was the special product of this world. They had not even tried to understand it, so how could they recognize it? The tide of darkness and the army of darkness seemed to have gone crazy. They desperately crashed into the golden barrier. The soldiers were all gone. They were either crushed by the abyssal death mist or assimilated into a part of the derivative and disappeared after crashing into the barrier. The energy of the abyssal death mist was rapidly weakening the energy of the golden barrier. However, before the tide of darkness crashed into the golden barrier, an incomparably powerful energy suddenly burst out from the divine domain. It was full of strong obsession and was so strong that it was almost crazy. The breath of life was like an exploding storm that swept across the entire Suja continent in an instant. The golden and green energy turned into a sacred storm and turned into a beam of light that rushed into the sky. In the sacred land in the center of the storm, there were sacred runes and talismans that were almost burning. The runes that were driven by self-destruction were torn apart when the sacred storm exploded. The energy turned into a shock wave that swept across the Suja continent, crushing all the tide of darkness that was entrenched on the Suja continent into particles. The battle that filled the entire Suja continent ended in an instant. All the remaining energy of the abyssal death mist was gathered here and suppressed here. The inextinguishable will of the Most High swept across Suja and killed all the demonic beasts. Thinking of what the little girl said, we could not help but gulp. He looked at the mountain and said, "Damn, this place is the destroyed land of hope? That is to say, the Most High is buried here? It's suppressed here. No wonder there are no derivatives." Yun Nuoxing frowned. Obviously, he thought of the same thing, but he did not agree. If that's the case, then the Most High was planning to die together with the demonic beasts from the beginning? Can't a heavenly god of origin really deal with these shiny cannon fodder? We thought about it carefully and felt that it was true. What appeared here was only the tide of darkness and the army of darkness, not the real people of the underworld. These abyssal death mist derivatives were just the minions of the minions that they made. Even if they had the power of a heavenly god, they were only heavenly gods. How could the heavenly god of origin not be able to deal with them? What do you mean? Yun Nuoxing looked up and pointed to the sky. There should be two battlefields, but the things that were left here should be related to the Most High. Well, there should be no problem with that. But the source of the battle that ended the entire Suja continent is definitely here, we said. Yun Nuoxing nodded and turned his head to look at the barrier. All the images had ended and everything had disappeared, leaving only the ruins left behind by the storm. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. Let's not worry about that first. The place where the Most High fell is in the land of hope, in another place in this world. Now, we followed his gaze and looked at the golden barrier. He nodded. Let's take a look at that thing first.